Bruh. Hey. Greetings from the Erie Coast. This is Mad Chad. And I was just inspired to make this to go live because of a certain little man deploying knife hands. So, little man, this is for you. Deploy knife hands, right? And I will give a tutorial about how to effectively deploy knife hands, the types of knife hands there are. Yeah, you can keep the for one you got to build the knife hand. So there's many ways. What's up, prepared Irishman? Hope you're doing well. I like to do it just like this, kind of like the karate chop method, right? Because that's your primary, right? It's also a finger straight. Uh, Hand is straight and rigid in line with the with the forearm, because you got to be able to push with the knife hands, right? So you can cant it, if you're gonna like that, but it's good to keep everything in line, right? If you're gonna do the knife hands. So it doesn't matter. I like to start from here, right? You can also start from here. You can also start. You can go under hook like the under hook knife hands, but eventually knife hands come out like boom. And it's very indicative of doing manipulating things of this nature, right? That's kind of where it comes from. I like to tuck my thumb in. You can put your thumb on top. That's fine. But I like to tuck it in here because this part is a impact area as well as along with this right here. Not to mention this part, and of course the fingers, which it's that's that you got to build up to that, right? You got to build up those knife hands. So it's mainly for producing, and in inserting, like, hey, you deploy knife hands, right? You're in trouble. I'm letting you know. Boom, deploy knife hands. I'm serious about what I'm saying, right? It's a or you're commanding, or you're telling somebody what to do, like, you go over there, you pick that up and put it over there, right? It's knife hands. So the when I've done the automatic fire knife hands with Sub Anthony. Um, oh yeah, absolutely, right. Right, you just gotta build up to that. So that takes some time to use that as an impact weapon, and of course the knife hands can easily turn into a fist, of course. But deploying knife hands, and you can swat things. It's also a good block, right? Block. I can block with it. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Right, and still use my knife hands. Deploy knife hands. Right. Anthony from Paradise. So yeah, the rapid fire knife hands. It's that comes from deploying knife hands, and you keep it forward, right? Automatic gunfire, son of a bitch. Uh, Total change of pace last night was all about love, and tonight violence. Well, it's violence. It's it's not really violence, I guess. Violence of action, perhaps. But I was seeing, if you've seen the video that I seen that was sent to me about little man deploying knife hands, I it just warms my heart. This little man was like, "Heck yeah, deploy knife hands." Right, brother Rooster, and I've got little followers that are deploying knife hands. There's little knife hand deployers, uh, being raised in this world, and so uh, it's awesome. I have to say, I'm deeply humbled that little man is out there deploying knife hands. I can just see him. Uh, Picture, what's up, Jason Smith? Picture Putin deploying knife hands. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's Dubisky, right? Suka, suka. I can see that. Uh, Operation Knife Hands. Yeah. So yeah, a little knife hand action going on. So yeah, it's a very versatile thing. You can also turn it into this. Boom, right? Uh, but deploying knife hands is very useful for you. Letting somebody know, right? Uh, Usually, if knife hands are deployed upon you, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You're getting your ass chewed. Uh, yeah, somebody you done pissed off somebody, and they're gonna let you know, right? Let me tell you something, right? I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna give you, you know, you can't escape the knife hands when they're deployed. There's no escape, right? So, welcome everyone to Deploy Knife Hands Saturdays. Uh, I just did a live not too long ago. I'm fighting battery issues right now. So I'm at 37%. It's charging. I use, and thank you, Ghost Lincoln, for this little trick. Is that putting this on your phone if there's a problem with because your battery gets too hot. This helps charge. It works. It works. I'm getting some life hacks here, man. Getting some life hacks. I'm telling you, deploy knife hands. Yeah, and you put your whole body into it. Right. I like to get a little snap in there. Bam. Boom, little snap action. Bam. But it always comes back. Like, always chamber that round. Deploy knife hands. Boom. You over there. And you come back. Right? Retract knife hands. Deploy knife hands. Retract knife hands. So yeah, hello everyone. I just I was just absolutely just blown away by the uh, by the knife hands, and then that goes out to little man. I hope he sees it. Thank you very much, little man. I thus I have heard that that there's somebody that misses my everyday never forget, and they watched it basically for me to deploy knife hands, and they do it in their life. Can you imagine this kid at school? Probably raises it, like, instead of raising his hand, he goes deploy knife hands. Greg Black, what's going on? I don't know. You tell me, man. You tell me. I'm deploying knife hands over here because yeah, it's fun. It's fun to deploy knife hands. Right. Uh, oh no. Damn. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Rooster. Sorry, yeah, man. Oh man, my heart goes out to her. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to your mother-in-law. So I've opened up the panel. Uh, rest Be advised, if I do not know you, you're not getting on panel. It's just the way it is. So yeah, that is how it works around here. Oh, okay. Let's see what's going on. 37. Oh, 38. I got 38, so we are charging. We are definitely charging. Wolfang, what's going on, Wolfang? I really got no topic of discussion, really. So everything tonight's gonna be deploy knife hands. You know, that's gonna be my go-to for everything. You know, deploy knife hands, right? So yeah, yeah. I had an interesting day today. I can picture deploying knife hands at the lemonade stand. So yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Teresa. Yeah, you are going to buy my lemonade. All for his kingdom. What's up, knife hands? In mid Ohio, right? And have a deploy knife hand seminar for little kids. Yeah. Mm. What's up, alien? How are you doing? Good to see you. Yep, phone has a mind of its own. Yep, yep. I agree. Yep. How are you doing, Ohio? uh, let's see. Where's my direction. I don't know my direction. Uh, oh, yes. In this direction. Hello, Ohio. I'm waving in your general direction. Hello, Ohio. That way. I'm going to deploy knife hands in your direction, Ohio. Yeah, there you go. Uh, and you too, Teresa. You're over there. Yeah. There you go. Yes, deploy knife hands. Very interesting day. Well, Fang, what's up? Hanging out, brainstorming, getting some, doing some creative things, making a movie. Yeah, gonna make a movie, and it's gonna be awesome. Yeah, it is. So yeah, more to come on that. It's in the it's in the works. It's in the works. Concept and design have been made. Storyline and all that. Now we got a script and make scenes and make and like actually shoot the scenes. You know. Yeah, it'd be cool. Be very very cool to see this vision come alive. You know. Uh, and it'd be awesome. It's absolutely awesome to be a part of it. Really. I love just being part of that creative vision. And speaking of vision, vision preparedness, Skull. How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I am alive. Deploy knife hands. There you go. Let's go. Mm, yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, yeah, something in the works. We'll see. See how it progresses. Uh, yeah, I still can't get on Facebook. So, I mean, what's up, Nick? Nick Easy. Nick Easy, one in the house. How you doing, brother? See you. So, yes, welcome to Deploy Knife Hand Saturdays. I want to see a lot of Deploy Knife Hands in the chat. Yeah. You want to get your point across? Deploy knife hands. Yeah, let me tell you something. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Yes. And you can use the whole sweeping motion to, keep your arms straight, right? Yeah, you over there, you over there. Yeah. My roof isn't linking no more. Town got together and put a new one on one, so been trying to organize the place, Right on, Ellen. That's cool. Oh yeah. Yeah. Right on. What are excited to see evolve? Yep. Eating cheese puffs and peanut butter. Protein. Yep. Peanut butter is protein. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Got to get that protein. Yeah. Oh, you. Mm, you are excited to see you. Oh, okay. I think I understand. I think I understand. I don't know. Do I understand? Probably not. I don't know. So yeah, just hanging out. I don't know. Last night was like crazy. 7 hours. Went to bed around 5 o'clock. Woke up at like 15 till 1. But I slept really good. That was the thing. And so thank you, thank you, brother. Uh, Putting my ass to bed. Just, boom, knock the fuck out. Right here, drink this. All for his kingdom. There you go. Good evening to everyone in chat. Blessings over all of you and your family. Yes. Thank you very much. What's this? Uh, what are you excited to see evolve? The movie. Yes, I'm making a movie. What? Really? Really? When you want to do it, there, Vision? Let me know when you want to do it. You know my schedule. I'm free tomorrow. I'm free tomorrow. Yep. Get me out of my hill. Get me out of my hill, and I go help you out. Yep. Next could of weeks. Next could of weeks. Couple of weeks. The next couple of weeks. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Let me know. Let me know. I'll be there. Oh yeah. Yes, rule twice. I know you're trying to go to bed, man. But yes, deploy. I was inspired. I was inspired by little man. Just boom. You know, yeah. He deployed knife hands at me, and so I'm inspired. Here I am. So this is for you, little man. Deploy knife hands. Check out the beginning of the video for a nice little tutorial about how to deploy knife hands. Different types of knife hands. Uh, like a preferred method of knife hands. Like, this is my preferred method. Boom. But I have seen it like this with the thumb out. It's that could be a thing, right? Like the emoji. Boom. But it's you want that good penetration. In the air. It's wow. Good snap. You. Rah. And like I said, it's very personal, right? Absolutely. So I am absolutely just Little Rule has his own method. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he comes from the hip. He does. He comes from the hip. He does. Yeah. So I'm great to see that he's deploying knife hands. So Rule, does he like do it at school? Does he do it to other kids? Yeah. Let me tell you something. Deploy knife hands. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Pretty good showstopper too. Somebody getting an argument or something like, whoa, whoa, he's deploying knife hands. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. You know, he raises his hand for the teacher. Deploy knife hands. You teacher but yeah, Teresa said you could see him doing that at the lemonade stand. Got to be $2. I can see that. $2 deploy knife hands. Yep, yep. It's just a way of being intense, and serious, right? Uh, yeah, call me and say I'm sorry. Teacher, just deploy knife hands back at him. Just it is an authority thing, right? It's a way of gaining authority. It's just when someone deploys knife hands on you, you're like, oh, okay, right, yeah, I'm sorry, I messed up. Right, usually you're getting your butt, usually you're getting your ass chewed or something, when you see knife hands being deployed upon you, and it's like, oh shit, I'm in trouble now, right? Okay, aye sir, aye sir. So yeah, just tell the teachers to deploy knife hands back with some authority. Like sit down, little man. Sheath those knife hands. Stand down. Like okay, right? Yeah. Skull. I've been thinking about kind of like doing some kind of daily, quick little video where I'm deploying knife hands at something. But the more I think about it, I just really don't want to. You know, I mean, it was the Everyday Never Forget video. The video series. Man, it was years. Oh my God, years. I mean, literally years every day. Yeah, I missed a few days here and there, but it just got so tiring. And I just like, oh God, I don't want to do this anymore. But everybody likes a good, good rant, I guess. And I'm kind of past the ranting, like, watching news and things of that nature and commenting on news. It's like whatever. They're going to do what they want. I've spent years harping and blowing the whistle and deploying knife hands. Just tired of it. I mean, like whatever. Now I'm in the preparation mode, and trying to get my feces consolidated, if you will. Getting ready, get to stand by to stand down to stand two, stand by to stand two to stand down, right? You know, so uh, I mean, I don't know if I got the time. I don't know if I can dedicate the time. That's the thing is putting that energy into an everyday video. Uh, it keeps facts from just fading away, right, Anthony? Yeah. I mean, time has a way. Uh, Jerry, I will definitely bring a knife to a gunfight. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. You bet. And I will deploy knife hands. Yeah. I mean, if all you got's a knife, there you go. Then you just got to use tactics and strategy. That's all you got, man. That's all you got. If you're at a strong point, it doesn't matter what you have, and it doesn't matter what they have. They have to get to your strong point, and that's when you can just hit them with whatever. You know. Uh, so, um, but yeah, I'm definitely bringing a knife to a gunfight. Yeah, and I mean yeah. I mean the knife is far inferior to the gun. The gun gives you that standoff distance, but a knife has won in a gunfight. If you can get close enough to use that knife, that gun can be it's nothing, you know. Uh, it really is. So I mean, what's up, Rule Two IC? How you doing? I'm sorry, man. You're. I'm keeping you up. You should be in bed by now, right?
I'm making my rounds. This is my third live stream of the night, so
Oh my God. You're accurate with your placement. It only takes 50% power to be devastating. I mean, a knife in the hands of anyone makes you a kung fu master of death. I mean, really, it does.
hmm
5-year-old could take you out with a knife.
hmm
They get close enough and just start sewing machine. It's so how are you doing, man? How are you doing?
I'm doing my best to kind of hang in there. It's definitely been an interesting past couple of days, and I have a few more interesting days to go through until I can finally kind of calm down and be
Oh,
settled.
okay. So you're nose to the grind right now.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So,
Crunch time, nose to the grind, deadline kind of thing. Yeah.
well, and it's one of those too. Work's got me going. Home life's got me going. Little one just started school. Uh, the
What's up, Paul?
Mrs. Rural, she goes in for minor surgery here in a couple
Oh,
of
okay.
days. Nothing big, nothing like that. Just outpatient, quick stuff. And then, for me, if I get to have peacetime, it's the weekend. Well, this next weekend coming up is the air show, so I don't even get to rest then.
Uh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Lots of work to do.
Lots.
Miles to go before you sleep.
That's okay.
Yeah. What's up, 101? Yeah. Yeah, I feel that's my whole week.
Yep.
Just let's go, 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 boom, 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 boom. Don't stop, don't stop. Keep it going 10, 12, or 10, 11, 12 hours a day. You're just like, oh God.
Yes. Yes. And well, and you've got to, if Zombie Land did not teach us anything, you got to enjoy the little things. And so that's why I surround myself, like that's my little beeswax pig candle. And it just hangs out with me on my computer and little
Oh
things
yeah,
give you a smile.
yeah, yeah. I've got all kinds of manner of things into routine. I got a Bonesy. Hey, how you doing? What's up? I, yeah, wave at everybody. I'd flip you the fingers, but they don't move. Hold on. I gotta go. I gotta go. Fold some laundry. Yeah, like I don't know. Bonesy, everyone.
The
Yeah,
sad part is you could actually take him, sign up for TikTok, and you could probably make your month's rent just by 10-second videos with him.
oh, really? Yeah, I've never thought of that. Yeah, it's something I could throw the
Mhm.
Bonesy out there. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Thank you. Paul gave me some cool pickle chips. Pickle
Nice.
chips. Some pickles. They were surprisingly sweet, but like with a garlic, spicy pepper kind of thing. Not really spicy though. Yeah, not really spicy. Sleep with a machete. Oh, wow, alien. That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah. I mean, you cannot deny the melee weapons. I mean, they were used for thousands of years before the gun, and they're still used to this day
Hmm.
to deal with things, to unalive folks and things. So it's a necessary tool in life,
Yeah,
right?
makes sense in the situation, right? I mean, you can take
Yeah.
your trusted AR out into the jungle, and it's only going to do so much. But that machete's a heck of a tool.
Oh yes, yeah. You could build things with it. I mean, it's a very versatile piece of tool. I could cut down a tree if I was dedicated enough with this, and kept going at it. I could cut down a tree, right? Chop, chop, chop. Deploy sleep time. All right, Ghost Lincoln. Have a good night, brother. Thank you
Please
very
mark this on the calendar. I lasted longer than Ghost.
much. Yeah, right. Yeah. Uh, yes, and yeah, Ghost gave me the recipe last night to knock me down. I mean,
Nice.
literally, I was just boom, good night, and I had a really good sleep, from his drink recipe.
Very awesome.
Yeah. What's up, KP Heathen? Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. So, got anything that you'd like to discuss? Ask questions? Throw anything out there? Scenarios, whatever. I know you do a lot of things. Prop your promote yourself too. Shameless plugs, man. Right?
Oh, good Lord. Mine, I still get this all the time where I have bigger channels that talk to me or they'll join me or ask me to join them. And then they give me all sorts of really wonderful advice on how to grow and be big. And I'm like, I don't want to. Like, I enjoy this whole talking with my entire chat.
Yeah,
The people that's
yeah,
got 100,000 subscribers, you can't see nothing, and I
oh,
want to interact.
yeah, yeah. I like to be interactive. Roll doesn't sleep. Yeah, he does. We're cutting into his bedtime right now.
I
Yeah,
was Yeah, I was just on the live stream with Nick a little bit ago. So
yeah. You said third live stream. Wow.
Mhm.
What other live streams were you on today?
I was on a very, very small channel. And you're gonna put me on the spot. I can't remember the title that they have. It's one of them weird titles. And then I was on Show Intel.
Okay. Oh, okay. Show and tell. Show and tell's got content now. What?
Yes, yes. They had the open mic night.
Oh, wow. Really? Really? Man, that's something. Oh yeah, that's good. I love it. I love it. I love when folks get out there. I enjoy it. I promote it. So shameless plugs to everyone. Um, what the hell? There's still intel right now.
Yeah,
Yeah. Wow. So Nick was shitting in an antifreeze jug. What the
yeah.
hell?
That's an inside joke. Kane was in the chat with that one.
Sometimes you gotta go. Like right now, I have to use the bathroom. So, Rule, it is your show. Be
Excellent.
right back.
All right. So who's going to do $5 for the bulletin board? Do I hear $5? Let's see if I see anybody in the chat that I don't know, because I know who do we got? We got Show Intel, Wolfang. What up, brother? Love your walking videos, man. Keep doing those. Prepper 101. What are we talking about? Spam and carrot cake? Good lord. I don't know if you can mix those two together. That'd be an interesting one. KP, what's going on? Miss Teresa. So many people in here. It's always fun to watch. Oh, look at that. We already got bids. Everybody's coming in. Everybody wants the bulletin board. Oh, we got $7, $10 on the chair. I don't know what we're getting money for. ADRVT. What is going on? Advert is in the house. Yeah, that chair is pretty snazzy. You guys are getting it. Yeah. I think we oh. That's like slow motion 80s adult film knife hands.
Oh no. No, I don't want that. No. What's up, advert? Yeah. So yeah, what was the recent video you were talking about? The review on the movie
After Armageddon.
After Armageddon. Yeah, I watched that. I remember that. Yeah. With
Yeah, that
with
was,
OVP shared it. Yep. Take care of yourself, Ellen. Alien. Yep. Have a good night. So yeah, how many? Yeah, everything got auctioned off. Okay, good.
Yep.
I can pay my rent now. What's up, DJ? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been finding a lot more movies. A lot of people are going through and they're paying, $8 here, $12 there, and they're getting this stream service and that stream service. There's so many actual good movies on YouTube.
Yeah. I watch a lot. I do. I watched a recent one. It's a heart tugging kind of movie, but it's looking for a friend for the apocalypse or end of the world. And it's the 40-year-old virgin guy and Keira Knightley, right? And they have this heartfelt thing, but it's. I was also looking at like everything else, like and like people, the world just literally shutting down. People having, the premise of the movie was you have a month to survive. The world is going to be destroyed by a massive asteroid. There's nothing we can do to stop it. What do you do? You know what I'm saying? And so it went through. It showed me, like that people were having parties.
Yeah.
Right. They were having these wild parties with all their friends and orgies and drugs and you had kids drinking and all these things, and I'm like, oh my god, that would be it. Lots of sex, right? Just indiscriminate sex. Just people, and then you got this guy. He's like, I don't care. Just leave me alone. Yeah. So he went home, right? I can relate to that. He just he just went home and he's just like looking over all his memories and mementos, and he's like, yeah, well, maybe I should go, see my old flame, or maybe I should see my dad, or you're gonna have that, and now you've got to navigate through this shift event where there's riots in the streets. It's basically purge, do what you want day, right? Everybody's just taking to the streets and destroying things. Yeah, I mean, right, TJ? Yeah,
Right.
I would be grossed out by it. I would be like, no, y'all go ahead. I'm gonna make some popcorn and watch the show. I mean,
Well, it brings up an interesting question. If you was going to have some world-ending event, meteors coming, it's going to crash, it's completely world-ending, would you want a 30-day warning?
right. I mean, I don't know. What's up, Nick?
What up? How's it going, Seth?
How you doing, man? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. How would you try to survive? Would you try to get into a bunker? And there was that person in the story as well. He had already built his mag, and he had the underground bunker, and he was trying to recruit people. The girl, actually, because they used to date. He's like, hey, I need you to repopulate the earth when after this asteroid hits. We're like, oh, okay, but would they survive? I don't know. That's the thing. I mean, it's a world-ending event.
I mean, that goes down that kind of whole rabbit hole where you're sitting around with your buddies drinking or whatever, and they're going, hey, if you ended up on death row, what would be your final meal? That sort of thing. What would you do if you had a 7-day or a 30-day thing of, hey, the whole world ends? You really get to find out who somebody is going, well, I'm going to have an orgy, or I'm going to go pray, or I'm going to go try and survive this out, or.
Yeah. I mean, and there was that too. It was a lot of religious, people just doing their thing, just having a picnic at a gathering and praying at the church.
Yep.
And hey, you okay? Yeah, this is a great time. Kids running around and barbecues and.
Do you watch the Y-Files?
The what?
The Y-Files.
The Y-Files? No, I don't.
It's very interesting. It's not for everybody. He basically takes a conspiracy theory or something along those, and he tells the story. He spins a very good story. But at the end, he either admits, I don't have anything on this, or he debunks them. It's interesting. But his last one that he did was about a world-ending meteor coming, and it was spot on about what we were talking about. Where AI kind of does part of his little videos as he narrates.
I'm sorry.
They literally had it to where a religious group popped up and started praying to the meteorite and singing to it, and.
I mean, if it works, it works. I mean, and think about think about how if it did work, what would be the implications afterwards, right?
Right.
Yeah, and this disclaimer, right? Spoiler alert! I love the ending of this movie. It was basically the man and the woman laying in bed, holding each other, talking, and I'm scared. I'm going to die. We're all going to die. Yeah, but I get to spend it with you. It was a beautiful moment, and then it ends. Big flash of light.
Nice.
Like, wow, it ends. Like there was no hope. There was no. Oh, by the way, we were wrong on our calculations, and it just passed us. Sorry. Everybody now has to live with all their orgies and drug-filled, bad decisions in life, but no, it just ended. It's like, boom, done. And I thought it was the best ending, the best ending that I've ever seen in a movie, because it stopped. Yeah, everybody died. Just like everybody said.
Well, and when it comes to that, for me trying to sit here and think about it, if you had a week, you would probably do something different than if you had 30 days. The more time you had, the more you could kind of fit into your bucket list, right?
Right, the bucket list. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of people doing that. They're like, oh, that's on my bucket list. I want to try that. I want to try that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be easy. Yeah.
I think I would take naps.
Mm-hmm.
I would basically eat what I want, really. Kind of walk around. I would go to the park and just walk around and, hear the birds chirping for the last time, watch the creek flowing. Go out in nature, stay away from people because they're going to be crazy. It's going to be nuts. Everybody's losing their shit. Yeah, I could totally relate to the way he dealt with the whole situation. You know, he's just like, I mean, during the get together, with his family and friends, he hid in the bathroom while everybody was, doing their thing. You know, he's just like, I just want to be alone. You guys are crazy. Yeah,
The
I gotta get
whole
out of here.
the whole Jurassic Park setting. There's a big dinosaur running loose. I'm gonna go hide in the bathroom.
Right? Yeah, it'd be fine. Hey, you
Yeah,
never know. It might work.
it'd be interesting too. You know that some people are going to try and process information like that to know it's not real and life's just going to go on. And so you're going to have some guy trying to show up to work or file his taxes or something like that.
Right. Yeah. So and he tried that. He did. He tried that. He tried going to work every day, and then less and less people started showing up. And management had a meeting and was like, "Hey, we have openings for the CEO, vice president of the company. If anybody would like to participate for a month." It's like what? They got pulled over. They're on a road trip, right? They got pulled over by a cop, a small town policeman, and he took his job very seriously. And he said, "You're speeding. You have a busted tail light. Your tags are out of date. And you don't have a license. You're going to jail." And he put him in jail because that's it. Business as usual, right? Rule without law. But this guy was like, "No, you're going to jail. You broke the law." It's a principle thing. So he didn't even care.
Wow.
Right?
And see, maybe without the death and destruction and mayhemicness, I believe everybody in the service industry should get a verbal purge day for all the 364 days that people treat them like garbage. They should have one day to be like, no, Bob, you know what? This is actually what I'm going to say.
Bob, you suck.
Yeah.
You have the worst hair of anyone I've ever seen. You smell like trash.
Yes. I believe
they did a thing. They went to a restaurant. It was called Friendlies, right? And it was that big box. Oh, hi, welcome to Friendlies. And they stayed open. That was their plan, is to stay open and have a good time and spend it with family that they loved doing their thing. And all food and all drinks were free.
Wow.
Yes, they still had their drugs and their orgies, in the Congo line. And, oh, it's your birthday, and everybody's singing. But it's like, hey, just have a good time. We're all gonna die. Let's have a great time here at the restaurant.
Some sort of like
That's your life. I mean, that's your life.
Johnny Rockets or something.
Yeah, can you imagine like TGI Fridays having the apocalypse party? What's up, Eric? End of the world party. It's that's a thing,
Yeah.
right? Go out with a bang in a full stomach.
Well, I mean, whatever is going to happen to you, 30 days is probably not going to technically take you out for the most part. You could probably get pretty hammered almost every day, and you could probably do 30 days of that.
Right. Just steady diet of pizza, beer, and wings. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. And of course, you're going to have those people that unalive themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Show intel. What's up? What's up?
Hello.
V's here.
Hello. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes. Welcome
How's it
to
going?
Ford Knife Hand Saturdays.
Well, I thought I would finally join in on the conversation.
Yay.
Awesome. Great to have you. I hear you've been doing content. I'm going to have to check this out. See what's up.
Yeah. Yeah. I just cover, well, basically whatever you want to talk about. But I cover every day. I cover, Ukraine stuff, news, stuff like that. I like to track flights and listen to EAMs.
You're tracking what?
Military flights.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I like listening for EAMs. Right
Yep.
now, I'm covering the hurricane and stuff, trying to find live cameras.
Wow. Wow. So you're actually, yeah, you're providing intel. Show intel. I love it.
Yep, she
Yep.
shows for intel.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
And you're providing it. You're everybody. Hey, here it is. Here's the intel. This is what's going on. Yeah, I used to watch a lot of the Ukraine stuff. Funker 530, all the footage. I still do. I still find myself watching all the nitty gritty footage. And, yeah, it brings me back to those days, right? Uh, you know, and, how warfare is evolving and progressing. I guess you could say.
Well, and
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna throw myself under the bus and make an admission that I like to pop into show intels because she does like 12-hour live streams, and you never know who's going to be in chat, so you get to hang out with a bunch of people at all different hours of the day.
Right on.
Yeah. Yeah. I was doing 24/7, I tried to have it up all the time because people do like to come in and just, post something that happened in like the past 10 minutes or keep track of the EAMs. Um, I'm trying to get a little bit more advanced with keeping track of that. So I'm trying to figure out the bots and software
Yeah.
so where, if you type something in the chat, it'll automatically record that and people can, I have a Discord and stuff like that. So,
So
yeah.
tell us what EAM means.
Emergency action message. They're cryptic messages.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's the military. Yeah, the military. Um, you know, uh, I was never really into this. I've been into it for the past 2 years, right? Um, like not too long after October 7th happened. That's when I got into it. And it's really actually taken over a lot of my time. But it's
Yeah.
fun, and once you start really watching and keeping track of things, you kind of uh, see things happening
Mhm.
behind the scenes
Right.
before it's being announced, before it's being talked about. So
Give you a
that's
heads up. Yeah.
yeah.
So I enjoy it because it's really good to watch. She'll have 5 or 6 displays going on, and you'll get to see airplanes and live streams and maps and different things. That's not biased information that some news organization is trying to spin, going, "Hey, think like me." It's just
Right.
raw data for you to interpret for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, except I did get timed out for 7 days.
Wow.
Yeah, my first strike.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
club.
Yeah.
That's sure.
Yeah. Strike
Yeah.
club.
When you were in YouTube jail, did you just see me? I wrote "Mad Shad was here" on the wall, carved it in. My, it's right above
Yeah.
the jail cell.
Yeah. So it was very hard not to stream those 7 days. So I kind of hijacked Nick Easy's account, and I'm not gonna say it, but
You can
because
say
they
what you
told
want,
me
Mike.
I didn't. But I got the email from YouTube and they told me not to do that, not to stream on someone else's channel. So
Well,
yeah,
oh well.
I know, dude. I mean, so, but I did because I mean, I'm sorry, I'm addicted to it. So
You're
it's
you're
fun.
addicted and dedicated, right?
Yeah,
It was a
yeah.
And people need that. And from time to time, I need to know what's going on. So I can base the decision on
Issues.
how to go forward. I mean, if one day, boom, there's like, oh yeah, there's like 5 Russian bombers over the United States, over the East Coast. Like, really? Let's track those, shall we? Why are they there? Why are they allowed to be there? There's a lot of questions and a lot of answers come from the intel. Yeah.
Yep. Well, I've been finding a lot of more of your citizen journalists are getting things more correct. I was watching when Putin was coming across, and all the major news organizations are like, "Oh, here he comes! Here he comes! He's getting ready to land." And I was watching this other feed, and they're like, "That's not his plane." And it turns out it's not his plane. And I'm going, how did this guy from a laptop sitting at home know more than you do?
Yeah. He's probably watching show intel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
So yeah,
man.
that's cool. That's very cool. Best of luck to you. Yeah, they've been dropping links in the chat. Everybody check out Show and Tell. See, give her some support there. See what's up. There you go, Anthony. Just subbed up to Show and Tell.
Nice, nice. Good job, Anthony.
It might just give you some. What's up, Tin Man? Well, we need to watch the West Coast more than anything. Too many threats can hit us from the West. Yeah, I can see that. One of the biggest threats we have is North. That's that's why the Russians are there, because they don't have far to travel to get to us from the North.
Well, and I know that we have Canadian people, and this is not to the Canadian people, to the country of Canada and all that. Canada's done some shenanigans in the past.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty sure 25% of the Geneva Convention, sort of that whole laws of warfare is part of.
Yeah, they've had crimes against humanity charged against them. Yeah, they've got some war crimes under the belt. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting that they decided to be north of the lower 48.
Yeah, right, and that's part of the Crown doing too. Part of the Crown's master plan. There's a lot. You can talk to a lot of other Canadian conspiracy theorists or whistleblowers, if you will, that can set you straight on the whole Canadian thing. They are definitely woke, and that's a threat. I mean, yeah, I know that our military and their military has this agreements that, hey, you're going to be the early warning system, and you're going to be the first strike defense, for us and you, right? So it benefits them too, for them to help in the defense of this country, and we have a lot of assets up there, a lot of anti-air, a lot of early warning stuff, that's really high dollar stuff, that they have access to. I just worry about, because of their participation and alignment with the world order, if you will, in all its wokeness, that they will maybe just allow something to come through. Like, oh, we didn't. Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry, there. America. Oops.
Yeah. Yes. Oh wait, you took your break, so you talk, and no auctioning off my stuff.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Oh, he turns off the stream. He turns off the video. All right. Yeah. We still got show and tell? Are you still here? No. Oh, okay. You step down, show and tell. All right. So yeah, I that's that I could see, some type of leverage going on, with Canada. Yeah, he's smart there, Intel.
Yeah.
Like, no,
It's not my first time. Not my first. And
Been-
just
been
because I
fucked up
know
with
that V's going to say, I have pants, okay?
your- As you hold them up, yeah. Confirmation on pants. Very
Yeah.
good. Yes. $10
So-
on the board.
It's a little bit more intense. I mean, it's definitely interesting, and you know, I've been watching a lot of live streams, and they're like, "What do you think about the Trump and Putin meeting?" And I'm like, "You're just gonna guess. Like, we have no idea." And you know, it could have been all for show. It could have been stuff that was planned out weeks ago. It could be absolutely nothing. Like they've already completely disagreed, and we're going into full blown World War III in 2 weeks, and they know about it. We're just going to go ahead and do a little friendly show to throw everybody off. Like we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. A lot of strategy and tactics of warfare is misinformation or misdirection.
Mhm.
So that's the king. That's the queen of battle. You know,
Yes.
oh yeah, we're friends. We're friends. Yeah, absolutely. Stab. Deploy knife hands. Boom, got you. Didn't see that coming, did you? Yeah. Right.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and two, there's so much going on of look over here, look at Australia. Oh wait, we've got a big hurricane down in this corner, and you know there's wildfires up here. And what am I missing? Like what's curtailing? What new laws coming into effect? Like what?
Right. Right. How are they going to use this to their advantage? Or how are they going to take advantage of the crisis?
Yep.
You know, which is what they always do. You know, they always do. Taiwan and now the Philippines. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I mean, I my money's on Taiwan. Just Taiwan. Really. I mean, even if we don't get involved, my money's on Taiwan. Yeah.
Now, are we saying everybody stays out, nobody joins or helps anybody, and it's just China versus Taiwan?
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
I would go with China on that, just because they would take the Russian probably mentality, and they will just throw body after body, and they will just outman them, I would say.
Yeah, but Taiwan got some shit.
Oh, I do, but
They-
you would have to
they
take
got
out
some.
what? China could take out one person, and Taiwan would have to take out 100 for every like one that they lose.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, you know, the wave,
Yeah.
the wave tactic. But you know, there's some you know, something has to be said about a target rich environment, you know.
Oh yeah, but you also got to take in Taiwan's going to throw military age males. China's going to throw every man, woman, child, pig, turkey, pheasant, whatever, and they're going to go.
Right. Yeah. But you know, it's you see the average fighter, if you will, from China is not their minds. They're not there for fighting.
No.
You know what I mean? They're like, oh, I'm being forced to do this.
Yep.
Right. Whereas Taiwan, every man, woman, and child is going to be highly motivated to defend. You know, and take out and destroy as much as they can. You know.
Well, and that's
Try
why
to
I
repel.
think most of the countries that have a volunteer only military, you fight stronger. I want to be there. When
Yeah.
you are forced, nobody wants to be forced to do anything.
Right. Yeah. I mean, China actually has in their setup, in their protocols, their SOPs, that the the officers are in the rear and they have guns pointed at the people in front. So anybody running backwards gets shot.
Mhm.
You know, and it pushes everyone forward, you know, out of fear. I mean, so I could see like a little 300 going on
Yep.
in Taiwan, you know, just, you know, Battle of Thermopylae. And so, and Taiwan has been preparing for this day for a long time,
Mhm.
very long time. And so, and we've been in a lot of we've been a part of that too. You know, the Marines have been down there, the Air Force, everybody's been down there to help them out and help them to develop this the strategic plan. Um, I love how they have anti-aircraft weapons just planted everywhere in the city, and they use urban camouflage. You'll see a tank or an anti-aircraft painted like a bus, like bright orange yellow, and it's next to a yellow building. You know, or it's painted like a crosswalk. You know,
They got pretty interesting stuff. The only thing, like what you said for like the movie 300, it's a very small target when we're talking about landmass, and to try and put all of your stuff into something this big on a map versus China's this big on a map. You know, I can shoot here and here and here and hit China. All of their stuff has to hit this tiny little hole, and it's much easier to air defend.
right. Right. I see Taiwan really
Oh, they
just
put up a heck of a fight.
give them the business. And so and that's what China's doing with this whole thing about they keep kind of feinting, you know. They're flying over, they're getting close, they're having training exercises right next to them, you know, while Taiwan is switched on, deploying knife hands like, don't come over, don't cross that line.
Mhm.
Don't cross that line. They keep inching forward to that line. And so it gets, you know, it gets normalized that, oh, okay, is this a training mission today? And then boom, you know, China hits them, goes full tilt bozo, sends everything they got, and that's it.
Another cry
You know,
wolf thing.
uh,
Yeah. The only
they're-
thing though is China could use naval to surround and fire from all angles, fire from land, fire from air. You know, all you got to do is be able to hit a handful of targets, especially if you can just get one small little nuke in there.
I mean, yeah, okay, you know, we're talking. Yeah, I don't think, but they want that land. They don't want to nuke it. They want that land. That's so they're not
Yeah.
going to nuke it. And Taiwan has those capabilities too. They've got air, they've got naval. They're just not just going to sit on the island and wait. You know, they're going
Very
to there's going to be some preemptive strikes. There is. They're going to be like, oh, okay, you're coming. Well, boom, we're just going right to Beijing. Bam. You know.
Well, and you might be
Captain
right
Strike.
because China's been very good about taking themselves out.
Night Rooster. Yeah, extremely incompetent. Extremely incompetent. They hide it. That's their whole thing is they hide everything, all their incompetence, all their shortcomings. They hide it, and of course they're like, "Oh, we are the great China." You know, we do everything better than everyone. You know, and you know that's whatever. And everybody's just like, "Yeah, right. Yeah." You know, oh, you look at our stealth plane. Yeah, we see it. It doesn't
Yeah.
work. We see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, what was it? Was it a week ago that their two naval destroyers tried to chase off a Philippines Coast Guard?
Right, and just kind of banged into it, like, oh, oops, yeah. You know, they're trying to be that, you know, that tough guy, and present that tough guy image, and they've never been able to do that.
Not
They've
yet.
never been able to project power. The
Well-
only thing they have is manipulation and lies.
And see, I've been looking at a lot of stuff coming from them, and they're going to probably have to do something kind of quick. And it may not have to be like militarily striking or something along those lines, but I think a lot of people are starting to call their BS, and they're
Oh,
going
yeah.
to have to start figuring out some way to make a 10th gen fighter or some new actual something that the whole world's going to take a step back and go, now wait a second. Otherwise, I think you're going to get somebody that's going to get squirrely, and they're going to go, you know what? I have enough of your crap. Let's do this.
Right. Right. And that's part of their strategy is to escalate, you know, just to the point where it's they're not really attacking, but oh well, they attacked us, so it's justified in our actions to attack them, kind of thing.
Right.
It's that's the whole Marxist the Mao Zedong Marxist thing anyway. You know, you see the same tactics with their freedom fighters, their
Right.
anti the Khmer Rouge and all that, right? And so they use the same tactics. It makes sense that they would use the same baiting tactics in their military, you know. And the only they can't develop anything. They
Right.
have no research. They even they got a good. The only thing they can do is steal and try to reverse engineer something. And
Well, they can mass produce really well. It's just the quality of it.
oh yeah, I mean, there's a reason they call it tofu construction, tofu manufacturing. You know, it's all crumbling and everything. So it and they have no. They just don't have. Once again, their workers are forced to work.
Mhm.
You know, what kind of there's somebody in there putting the only reason that things are made a certain way is in to some degree of quality is because they're scared.
Yeah.
Whereas there's other countries in other places that really actually take pride in their work. There's no pride being put in their work. I mean, their navy, they've got a large navy, but a lot of it is just put together flotillas, junk ships, tofu construction once again. So you could probably take out their navy with the very bare basic of any type of conventional warfare. They're done. Like, oh no, but we are Great China, right?
And my thing that I always kind of take a step back and look at is you have these kind of big superpower countries, and now we get to actually see Russia, right? Russia's at war, and we're kind of looking at them and we're going, okay, on paper they should have steamrolled right in. Yeah, they could have had some hiccups and some other stuff, but technically they're a superpower. They should have just steamrolled. China is a superpower, nuclear capable, big military, blah blah blah. And they still have not struck anybody. They're just testing waters and kind of poking the bear and whatnot. And it makes me come back to question, like, okay, are they in the same boat as Russia that they're not as good as everybody thinks? And then it comes back to, well, I need to look at myself. Are we as good as everybody claims we are? Like, we're good, but are we like turned up to 300 good, or are we just better than everybody else?
I will tell you that we are turned up to 500.
Really? Even with all the different things that's kind of gone through, and
the United States military industrial complex and capabilities can take on the whole world at once and win. And that's just with conventional warfare. The power comes from I forget the system, and I wish I had some relevant veterans up here that could talk about it. But we have this literally this integrated system. Everything is integrated, and everything is quick. Where in before it was like I had to get on the radio to call something in. And then they had to think about it, and they went up to the war room or the command center and go, okay, let's look at a map. All right, it's right here. Who is that? Wait, we got this over here. And, they had to talk about it. Now it's just done. It's nice. Oh, really? We see it. Okay, done. And so it lessens the time of any kind of command decision that needs to be made. And there's already things in that are just integrated. Boom, boom, boom. The strike on Iran, when it went down, literally took like 5 minutes. It was just coordinated, integrated, just boom, 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 done, and we're out. It was you just got hit, didn't see it coming, and we're gone.
It's the capabilities that United States military has. Not just boots on the ground too. I mean that's that everything's been retooled and redesigned and everything. Lots of training going on. It scares the world. We've shared just a little bit with the UN, and we built up that UN power, which is ready to take on Russia, right? And they would probably do a lot of damage to Russia. Russia's going to fight back. Russia could do some damage, absolutely. They might have to resort to nukes, to do anything. But even the UN is like, whoa, really? Yeah. Beforehand, when the UN was a fighting force, it was so hard for them to coordinate anything. You had so many chiefs, not enough Indians. And so they had this weird coordination thing going on because you had all these different countries, these different languages, different priorities. And so they, you had Uganda, who had like three companies and, a tank, and they had three jets. That's it. That's all they got. Right. And so how do you integrate that into the war fighting playing field, and use that as an asset? Now they've figured out, because of the United States involvement, how to integrate all of the UN assets and use and bring them to bear.
Nice.
So yeah, they are the force to be reckoned with now. They have over 3,000 planes, 3,000 that they can just put in the air, and a lot of them are some kind of stealth or bomber or high altitude thing, whatever, and of course cruise missiles and things of that nature, anti-air and anti surveillance. They can blow up the anti-air before the planes even come through. They can do the sweeping. So the UN, because of the United States involvement, we've shared a lot with them, and they want to go to war with Russia. They want to take out Russia, because for one, Russia and China stand in the way of the whole, I guess I'd call it the Davos Initiative, the Davos group. That's who wants to rule the world, right? The Tejos, the Klaus, right? What's up, Sherry? But Russia, China, Iran, they want to be on top. They want to rule the world through their version of tyranny. So even in the elite occultist tyrannical, there's a power struggle, right? And we got wrapped up into that. And yes, the UN, even though the European sector and all that is going downhill fast, right? It is turning into quite the tyrannical regime, and it is definitely getting a very dystopian nightmare look going on in a lot of these countries, with their cultural enrichment, shall we say.
Right.
But their military stands strong. That should really, really scare a lot of people. If your people are just literally being, terrorized and targeted, and the economy is tanking, and there's so much crime and things of that nature, and but your military stays strong and healthy and capable. That's a big red flag for me.
Nice. Well, and it's my gift / curse to play devil's advocate and debate all the time. So, and some people, they take it the opposite way. They're like, "Oh, look at this guy. He doesn't like our military." And I'm like, "No, you're supposed to question everything. It's the whole point." We go through and we have really good elitist training in our military.
Yeah.
But when's the last time that we had a mass boots on the ground for our military, like actual, versus Russia actually is currently mass boots on the ground? Like, where does that stand between training and actually in a war?
Actual experience. Yeah. and that experience, that experience leads to an evolution
Mhm.
in that military. Yeah. And that's you talk about questioning. Yes, like I said, we've got the baddest military that the history of the world has ever seen. But like I said, with Canada, who's just going to allow something to happen?
Yep.
You know, allow a missile to come through, allow a balloon to fly across our country.
Mhm.
I mean, you know, just saying, you know, it once that corruption starts to get in there, and
Oh
you know,
yeah.
you've got, you know, the wokeness. Yeah, it changes everything. It changes the whole paradigm. Uh, yeah, so that's what I worry about with our. That's the only thing I worry about really with our military is just, oh, just let it happen. Go ahead, let 9/11 happen. Go ahead and let Pearl Harbor happen. Go ahead, go
Mhm.
ahead, because that's going to galvanize us to get into a full scale war. You know,
Yeah, and I could see that. I think that's probably my biggest fear is some sort of attack within, because then you run into all sorts of problems of well, I mean, the list is probably endless of all the different problems you would have if you had sleeper cells waking up, or you had some sort of dirty bomb, or hacking event or something like that. Uh,
yeah.
I don't know.
I really believe that we can absorb a lot of damage. I mean, it's already been done, that assessment of how much can be sacrificed, and yet still we keep our fighting ability as a country.
Mhm.
You know, yeah, they're not thinking about us, we the people. They're thinking about, oh, okay, yeah, we just lost L.A. All right, oops, New York is off the map. Well, yeah, we're still operation capable. You know, it's okay, right? Meanwhile, there's 10 million people that are just, you know, being radiated and trying to survive, and you know, things of that nature. So it's we'd have to take it into our own hands on how we're going to deal with that situation. You know, and there are people that work tirelessly and endlessly to try to figure that shit out and help people. You know, we see it many times. You know, we've seen it with the Appalachian. You know, we've seen it with Maui. You know, when the government agencies took, you know, turned their back, people stood up and let's roll up our sleeves and get in there. Let's go. Let's get to work. What's up, Miko Wolf?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch, and I think that I like spit out coffee one time, which I know that's sacrilegious, but I was reading some sort of document where they were talking about some sort of military exercise or scenario, and they labeled it ACC, which is acceptable civilian casualties. And I'm like, now hang on.
Right. I'm a
If it's
civilian.
one, yeah, if it's one, how is this acceptable? Like, oh yeah, we'll go ahead. If somebody comes from the West Coast, they can take California and Washington and all that, but they won't get past the mountain range over there. That's their stopping point. That'll give us time to regather and regroup, and then we'll push them back. And I'm going, wait, that's American citizens. Like, hang on.
Right. So talked about this before in other circles too. Yeah, right, Robert. There are 18 million at any point in time, 18 million veterans in this country. You know, and that have, you know, varying degrees of experience and knowledge. You know, so that in itself, but they're all spread out.
Mhm.
Nothing, you know, there might be small groups that get together and you know, coordinate. You know, that's going to be the hardest thing is getting that intel of, oh yeah, they just came on the East Coast. Well, okay, let's get our forces together. Let's get this 18 million veterans and anybody else that's going to join in. You know, let's get that 18-year-old kid. Let's get that 70-year-old man. Let's get everybody together, and you know, let's do this. You know, 1814 style, right? And think about that's gonna be hard.
Hmm.
That's going to be hard, and it's going to be a shit show. All these people standing around with guns, you know, no coordination. Just hey, let's form a line and shoot them. That's
Yeah.
not going to work
No.
against an actual military, that comes on our soil. That they have all capabilities. They're flying around. They got tanks. They got infantry, right? They've got logistics. I like games. Was it Call of Duty? They kind of touched on that. Of how something like that could happen, and it's going to be bad. It's
Oh
going to be
yeah.
a lot of damage. I think our military could, be successful in defending, but what if they're all over all over the world?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's what we do anyway. We've got assets over here and assets all across the other world. Boom, they hit the mainland. What about home defense? I mean, it's going to be up to us, right?
Right.
Ham radio transmissions, relaying information, word of mouth. Yeah, there are things out there, that can be utilized, but um, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, we had that kind of conversation. We were sitting around the campfire, and we were going around. Hey, if something really big, happened, and whatever, China invaded, and they're coming over the hill and stuff. What would we do? And they're all popping a beer and talking manly and all that. And the only thing I had pictured is the beginning of the movie The Patriot, where I'm going, I have a little one and a wife. Like, I don't have that luxury to grab a battle rifle and just run off, right? Like, who's going to take care of them?
Right. Yeah. And hey, get to the safe zone. We're in the safe zone. Wyoming.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Hey, wife, take the kid and go to Wyoming. I'm going to fight the war here in North Carolina. What?
Well, thank God she's asleep and she's not going to watch this. But if I told her to go to Wyoming, she would end up in like Cuba or something.
Yeah. Right. And there's a whole mess that comes with that too, as well. The mass exodus of people, fleeing the area that's being, affected.
Mm-hmm.
What would it would still be, it would still be very, very bad for any kind of military that walked on our soil, because you would just have regular people that would just go, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go take my deer rifle and pow, kill one and go back home. None's the wiser.
I think infographics or whatever, they put out what would happen if somebody invaded the US. And the only scenario that they could come out is you would have to do it in waves. You couldn't just attack all at once. You'd have to attack the East Coast and know you're going to lose, and then attack the West Coast and know you're going to lose, because going back and forth, you got to move all the people and infrastructure and supply line, to do all that. You're getting attacked from the East. You're pushing all your assets to the East. And as that battle is winding down, now you attack from the West. Now you got to get all them people and all the military equipment back across the country.
Right. I mean, and our enemies have studied us, and they know where our assets are and everything. And,
Oh yeah.
the biggest thing that we have is that early warning detection system. We have an ocean on either side.
Yeah.
So before they even got their armada, of ships and planes to us, we could just be popping them off, taking them down one by one like a turkey shoot. Now in the north, that's the thing. The north and the south, right? They could effectively, cut the country in half, set up a little, little little area, an AO, area of operation, and defend it while everybody, comes in from the north, from the south, and start coming in from the east and west, right? Oh my God. Here we go again. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. We talked about that last night. Yeah, check that out. 3 Atlas I. Yeah, it's it's an asteroid. Okay, it's an asteroid. Yeah, it's not a ship. Anyway,
Yeah,
right.
I
If
agree
it is, it's terrible construction.
I agree with what Robert's saying. The government has their plan. They have continuity of government. They're going to take care of the government. The military
yeah.
has their plan. They have the same next man up mentality, right? This guy gets downed, the next guy comes up to take his place. They've got all this stuff. We don't, right? It's up to us to figure out what we're going to do in an emergency on who's doing what job, who's going here, who's going there, where is our safe zone, who is the most vulnerable, our women, children, elderly, whatever, whoever too weak to defend themselves needs to get out of the line of fire. Where do we set up our perimeter? How do we get trade and goods and other things? How do we set up our own logistics and back up the next community over and all that? Like, that's up to us.
Yeah. And we have to, be flexible with what's going on with our military and the invading force. Because things change all the time. The one safe zone that we set up could change. Our picket line could change. And it's a very dynamic situation that evolves. And not knowing is probably the biggest thing that we have, that's going to hurt us, because here we are trying to defend our land, and we don't know where the enemy is. And boom, there he is, or somebody, maybe we, like Robert said, with the ham radio, boom, hey, we got the tangos in Kentucky. They're bogged down, but they're trying to go west. But they've got some resistance. Okay, I mean, that's going to be invaluable.
Now, what would you see to make America fall? Would it be one thing? Would it be multiple things? Would it be a mixture of things? Would it have to be a succession of events, or how would you see it?
The actual fall of America.
Yes.
Well, if it for one, the government would have to just dissolve, right? Absolutely gone. They've left. They went to their bunkers. The military is gone. Who knows? Maybe they're overseas, right? And they can't get back here. And we have no home defense, which that's going to come down to your your National Guard, right? Your police forces, your paramilitary, anybody that's here on the bases that are staying back in the rear with the gear, they have to be gone too, like gone. However that happens, maybe they get nuked or whatever. All that has to be gone, and then of course, then we start looking at the infrastructure. Has to be gone. It has to be, destroyed, affected somehow, on a large scale. For one, the grid going down. That's probably our biggest Achilles heel. Is our grid going down. That's going to create all kinds of pandemonium and mayhemicness, right? Destruction, death. Nobody's going to know what's going on because nobody has power. It's just going to be word of mouth. It's going to be, generators can only last for so long. What's up? Limdit, DMT. I'm going to call you DMT. What's up, DMT? But so a lot of things would, yeah, I agree there, Michael. Get out of the cities. A lot of things would have to go down. Our communications would have to go down. Our power grid is going to have to go down. It's going to have to stay down, because we do have a lot of dedicated individuals, people, we the people, that's their job and that's their life. And they've trained people and they know the system and they're like, oh, okay, I know how to fix this. Oh, we got no water. All right, I'm on it. Oh, we got hacks. Okay, well, I can reroute. I can manually do this, do that. Let's go. Come on. grab a wrench. You know, there's tons of people like that. You know, in our professional that are in a professional setting. It's not just the government. You know, so the government would have to be gone. The infrastructure would have to be totally affected to the point where it's failure. And then even then, I don't know. I love the resilience and defiance that the American spirit has. We do have a history of defiance,
Mhm.
and
Oh yeah.
you know, and so like, oh shit, power's out. The Kazarian stands did this. Oh well, okay, all right, and they're here. Oh really? So we'll start to develop some type of resilience and go after them. You know, yeah. I mean, things have changed, but I don't. Will it be rule without law? Will it be? It could be, but you're always going to have those community leaders, those sheriff departments, the leader in the community. It could be your pastor. It could be the guy that runs the convenience store. Says, you know what? I'm getting a posse together. Show up. Let's go. Come to the bar. Everybody come to the bar. Sign up. Right. Bring your guns. Let's talk about this. You know, you're going to see a lot of that organization going on. That small unit leadership start to take shape. You know, and I mean, we've seen it with I seen it in the Summer of Love. Right.
Mhm.
There were communities in the Seattle area, in Florida. I remember one in Florida. They shut down their community. They barricaded. They like, nope. And they stood there with guns. He said, don't come in here. Don't fuck around. Well, they deployed knife hands, real knife hands. They're like, nope, don't do it. And they didn't.
I mean, I could see that because you're going to have it's not going to be a fall all over the place. It's not going to be one light switch. The whole country's out. You would have pockets of resistance. You'd have pockets that fall. You'd have chaos in between and all that. I just recently watched a video where they were trying to come up with different scenarios, and I thought it was interesting that I don't know if it was hacking group or whatever, but they made a deep fake of the president, or is either the president or like the Supreme Court, and they put out this leaked video that you were either, you know, well, that's obviously fake, or the other people that goes, holy crap, this is real. And it divided everybody. And because of that division, you know, kind of like because there was people going, well, this can't happen. Look at the mess up down there in Hawaii when they was like, oh, there's a nuke inbound, right? And they sent that to everybody's cell phone. How long did that take for them to come out and go, no, that's not real? Like, what was it? Like,
sorry. Mm-hmm.
You know? So, yeah, if you had some AI deep fake of something, like, because look at Trump, you know, if he come out and said something a little bit across the line of edgy, it would be believable to a lot of people.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
You know?
And that's part of the whole, you know, subversion. I've discussed subversion many times over: demoralization, destabilization, crisis, and normalization. That's all part of it, you know, is misinformation, disinformation, you know, like I said, in any kind of war. And that's how they fight, you know, is and create that division, divide and conquer, and create the chaos just by lying. Orson Welles, right? World of War of the Worlds. He did a fake radio broadcast, you know, complete with sound effects and everything, and people actually believed that the aliens were attacking. It's what you know, and then later on he was like, "Oh yeah, it's just a creative thing," but it was an experiment, you know.
But the damage is done.
Yep. Done.
Well, and it is. It goes back to divisive. You know, for you and me, I should look at you and go, "You're a fellow American. You're a fellow human. You know, you're treating me with decency and respect. I'm going to do the same for you." We can go even more baseline. Hey, we're black shirt brothers, right? You know, but it's going to end up
I'm,
coming to
I'm
be
your beard brother.
right. But it's going to be one of them things where once we go through and we're going, hey, we're both dudes, and we're both wearing black, and we're both sitting down. Somebody's going to come and whisper in my ear and going, that guy has glasses on, and I'm going, oh, nope, you're one of them glasses people. You got to go, and they create division however they possibly can.
Whatever they can. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. The easiest is race. And of course, now we've seen with the division with sexuality.
Yep.
And preference of sexuality.
And it goes into religion.
Religion. Now the persecution of Christians.
Mhm.
If you're a Christian, well, that's a bad thing, right? So, what's this? Yeah, any way they can, any way that they can divide and conquer and create division, create doubt, and they use it on their own people.
Yes.
They use it on their own. It's their total, the whole Marxist Maoist way is, there's still, to this day, there's still groups in the jungle that are literally wearing the full communist clothing, thinking that they are still at war.
Yeah.
And they're training and they're being brainwashed all the time, and they're still they're recruiting.
Yeah.
They're recruiting. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh, we're at war. We're at war with the non-communist, the non-conformist, or whatever. It's just this total brainwashing, total rhetoric being fed to them at all times, and how they're the greatest and everybody else is inferior. It sounds familiar.
I can't think of where the guy's from, but he's relatively recent. I think he's Asian, but he's part of a leadership of extermination. He wants to have the entire human race exterminated, and he has all these people and money and whatever. And I forget what he did. He did some sort of something and ended up getting caught. I think he was trying to do something in the subways of Japan or whatever. But as far as I know, because I was watching some documentary on him, he's still at large. He's still recruiting. He's still getting money. He's still training and doing all these other things. And I think the ending of it, they were talking about how concerned they are because when you're that type of an organization, it's difficult to, really get your fingers in stuff. But with the help of AI, now all of a sudden, I have the answers to questions that I couldn't get right now. How do I do this? How do I make this? And AI is like, oh, here, let me help you. And now suddenly that small group that has a little bit of money and a little bit of supplies and a little bit of people, now they're being told by intelligence smarter than us how to do it.
Oh yeah. It's kind of like Pandora's box.
Yes.
It's now you've got small little Ruby what's that guy Jim Jones, right? You've got these groups that are just, now they can really do some damage and change, and there's a lot of recruiting. I mean, there's still Hamas is still recruiting. Tangos, Al Qaeda, ISIS are still recruiting.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And people from all over the world are joining, just
Yep.
going out into the desert to be a part of their operation.
Yep. That's the scary part, is you can take a tangible object and destroy it. You can take a human or something like that and destroy them, but you can't kill an idea.
Yeah. It's very hard to. It's very hard to. Once that brainwashing starts, it's a self-correcting system. It's self judgment and justice, and they start to, once they bring you in, they're like, oh, hello, comrade, hey, come on in, yes, you're one of us, so brotherhood, okay, don't fuck up. Oh, you fucked up, now we gotta put you in the sweat box. Now you must be purged of your infidel thoughts. You got to go through this. It'll make you stronger, right? Now you got to be tortured. Now you got to be punished. Like what? It's a cult. It is. It's an absolute cult. And how those occultists, take over the mind and AI. I mean, it's just AI can just do it. You know, it's been studying us for a long time. AI, humans give it input. Oh yes, they've been studying us for a long time, right?
I gotta look this up just so I'm correct before I speak. Because I don't want to give bad statistics here.
Right, Michael? I mean, they're already talking about hooking up AI into that whole integrated thing. They've done tests on it, and it was just amazing. But you know, you see AI. Can you imagine AI being in charge of all the nukes?
Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. So back when I very first started, I think I was up for a couple of months. I had maybe a few hundred subscribers, and I had somebody send me a very lengthy email. And it was very confusing reading it, although they articulated it very well. But towards the end, they basically told me that all I was doing was trying to victimize people and get them into believing all the doomsday scenario stuff and basically bring them into a cult. And I laughed and going, I only have a few hundred subscribers. I'm not a cult. So I looked it up and I'm going, oh, you only have to have like 5 people to be considered a cult.
Right. I've got a cult of madmen and women. You know, I guess I'm a threat. And we deploy knife hands and throw
Yeah.
axes at people. Right, and that's part of that brainwashing is that that they are actually the righteous and everybody else is the extreme. You know, Aunt Quifa actively preaches to their members that they are being watched constantly.
Yes.
They are, of course, they are. Yeah, I mean the FBI is watching them, the CIA is watching them. They're like, oh yeah, it's some freaking idiot. Sure, you're on the list, okay, but we're all on the list. It doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah.
But they have them so paranoid, and that's why they cover up their faces. They cover up. They go in black bloc. When they do their daily routines, they try to try to be gray man, try to be all super spy about it, because they're being watched. These conservative groups are hunting me. It's true. They're everywhere. That guy right there, he's watching me. And some dude just like, who the fuck are you? What's up? What's up with your head? What's on your head? Why is it blue? Excuse me, sir. Why are you wearing a dress in public? When you've got a beard. I don't understand it. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, they feed into that paranoia and get them into that mindset that it's us against them and everybody is them.
I've just, and I guess it's based on me and my biases on how I'm going to consider it, but my whole thing is I don't really care so much what you do. Just leave me out of it. If your thing is to go date the same sex, cool. I don't want to watch you in a public park bench doing it, just like I don't want to see a man and woman doing it. Right? You can pray to the trees. You can eat the stuffing out of the couch. I don't care. Right? It's the forcing it upon me that now I have a problem. Now I've got to step up and go, no, I'm putting my foot down. Go do your thing and leave me alone.
Right. Yeah. More dads. It's always going to be the dads that go, hey, my kid just asked me if he wants a sundress, if he can have a sundress. So I gotta kick you out of here, bro.
Yep.
You got to take your hairy legs and get the hell out of here with your sundress. Get out of here. And no, don't go in the women's bathroom with my daughter.
Yep.
Not happening. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, there's a line, and I understand being supportive. Your kid comes home and your family was military or your family was athletic or whatever, and you want your son to follow up in the footsteps, and he goes, Dad, I want to dance ballet. What do? Do you start beating them with a belt, or do you go, I mean, you're your own person. I mean, if that's what you want to do and that's what makes you happy,
okay. I mean, I get that. Yes. I think it's a parent's job to guide their children. They're
Mhm.
always going to be impulsive,
Yep.
right? You know, I'm going to be a fireman today. I'm going to be
Oh,
a
yeah.
ballerina today.
Yep.
I'm going to be Godzilla. You know, okay, well, you know, that's part of the beauty of being a kid. You can just the imagination runs wild and it's great, you know, but it's fleeting.
Mhm.
It's fleeting, you know, and
Yep.
and they have to be, yeah, right. I mean, been some, you know, very like that guy, Mikhail Baryshnikov, you know, get any woman he wants,
Mhm.
but yeah, he's dancing like a fruit, right?
Yep.
But you know, he's whatever ballerina. You know, hey, you want to be a ballerina? Fine, be a ballerina. Okay, this is what it takes to be a ballerina.
Well, and my thing though is it's going to be the same thing as football. You want it in this, you're going to stick with it. It's not going to go for 3 days and you're like, I'm bored. No, you signed up for it. You're going to finish the little season or class or whatever it is. You're going to commit. I personally, that's the way that I would do it, and it's going to be before we even sign up. If we do this, you're committed for the 6 months or however long we're signing you up for. And then if you go, wow, I made a mistake, I was doing this to impress a girl, you're going to live with that consequence for the 6 months. And then maybe it's a lesson learned.
Definitely a lesson learned. You know, they learn about, oh, okay, I got to be committed to things.
Yep.
That's how this life works. Oh,
Mhm.
I see. Yeah, right. You know, okay, I see your reasoning. Don't. Okay, I'm reading chat too. I got a
I
lot.
am too.
But I mean, uh, yeah, you gotta draw the line when it comes. I draw the line. You know,
Mhm.
obviously, I don't have kids, but I would definitely. You got to draw the line when there's sex involved
Yeah.
with your children. There's
Yep.
you know, sex education, the wrong kind, right?
Mhm.
You know, we all got the birds and bees talk, and you know, they have their version in school that they taught us. You know, penis inserts in the vagina. It
Mhm.
creates a baby. Okay, biology class kind of shit. But you know, when you're teaching little Timmy how to, you know, successfully uh, fellatio on an older man, that's
Mhm.
grooming.
Yeah.
That's grooming, and
Yeah.
that's grounds for exit meat suit.
Yes.
You know, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. Done. You're done. And the books, you know, all that stuff. The teachers, you know, promoting things and
Mhm.
allowing children to, you know, change, you know, their genders and role play while at school. And no, a child's mind does not. That's where the seeds of that debauchery begin. I know from experience. So that's where the seeds of debauchery begin and carry on throughout their whole life. Their whole life.
Mhm.
And it's bad. It's so bad. It is. You know, whereas you should have that conversation with your children, like, look, no. Don't no, go play with your toys.
Yes.
Don't even entertain this notion. That is not for you to decide. That is not even for you to even be a part of. And
Yes.
if you see it, just, you know, get yourself out of there right away.
And
You know,
the more that we do this, though, the more you start getting the extremes. We have that line, and as long as the people respect the line, you know, whichever side you fall on, when somebody starts crossing that line, both sides start splitting apart. And you've met me. I'm not speechless, right? I've always got something to say. And I think he was 3. Little Earl was 3 or so, and we were at the park, and the only other person there was a little girl, and she was playing. So what does he do? He runs over and plays with a little girl, right? They're kids. And I had somebody walk by and said, if that's your kid, he's going to grow up and rhymes with the word maggot because he's playing with a Barbie. And I'm like, he's 3. You know, it was so dumbfounding to me. I couldn't stand up and
Right.
like punch him or anything because I didn't know what to say to that. Like, I had a sister growing up. I played with Barbies because you're a kid and it's a toy.
My sister got mad when I played with her Barbies because I shot them with BB guns and burned them, and
Right.
so yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean, kids are going to be kids.
Yes.
And they're here to experience, to learn, to create that. I love instilling that creative, imaginative fire in a kid. I everybody knows me. I'm known for chess. All my kids, all my nieces and nephews, cousins, all know how to play chess. Right? It's just like, let's go. Come on, bring it. You're gonna beat me? No, you're not. I'm gonna kick your ass, little kid.
Yep.
And they're like, oh, you gotta let me win. I'm like, no, you gotta beat me. You gotta earn it. And I would just mercilessly just boom, just hammer them. And until eventually one day they beat me. And it's such a great, they're just like, wow, I have grown up nieces and nephews now. They're like, yeah, I taught my kids chess, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
But
like,
it boggles my mind the way that people want to go to the extreme and start stereotyping for kids. My kid is a boy, has any inclination that he's a girl. If you tease him and say, oh, you're crying like a girl, he gets upset. Like, no, I'm a big boy. But he's got a little kitchen set. And I've had somebody criticize me like, he's a boy, he shouldn't have a kitchen. I'm sorry, am I not allowed to make my own sandwich? Like,
I mean, the best cooks in the world are chefs.
Yeah, go up to Gordon Ramsay and tell him that
Or-
he's got a girl job.
Hey, Gordon Ramsay, you're a pussy. He's going to punch you in the face. I mean, oh, yeah?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's, and kids kind of know, right? They're like, no, I don't want to wear a dress. It's stupid.
Yes.
That's the girls. Yeah. But it takes the coaching. Fisher or Kasparov? Team Fisher all the way. Yes, Robert Fisher all the way. Even though Robert Fisher turned out to be a just absolute nut job. But mad respect for Kasparov as well. I think it was Kasparov that said that if between white and black, if you ever played black, you're never going to win.
What was
Because
that?
white side has the first move, so you're always at a disadvantage. Robert Fisher became a complete nut job. Kasparov went on to be a freaking professor and all that. So
That's right. He could be the next chef. That's 100%. I was reading LM's statement, and that's true. You want to be a cat? Hey, that's fine. If me and him, we go play and I'm Godzilla, we have fun at home. But what do you do, right? If you're at school, it's over. When you're at work, it's over. You got to
Right.
do your stuff. And
Yeah.
then there's a time for play. And
Right.
no, I'm not bending to your will, right? You want to pretend to be a cat, do that at home, do it on your own time. You're here to learn and do stuff. I'm not putting a litter box down. I'm not letting you into some specialized bathroom. I'm not doing any of this stuff because we're here as a collective to do one thing, and it's not to play pretend.
Yeah, this is real. This is objective. That's subjective,
Yes.
right? And that's where the kid psyche has to realize, because the whole world is just a very imaginative, subjective kind of thing.
Yes.
That's why you got to make kids go to sleep at night. You got to make them brush their teeth. You got to make them eat their food. Eat your Brussels sprouts, okay? You're going to be big and strong. They don't understand, so they have to be shown. They have to be coached. They have to be taught. It has to be, and they have to be allowed to. Boom, just go play in the woods, whatever you want to do. I don't care. You want to be a cat running through the woods, go ahead. I mean, fine, have fun. And then when the street lights come on, it's time to come inside, brush your teeth, right? Or sit down for dinner, brush your teeth, go to bed. Because you got to go to school tomorrow.
Well, and
Welcome to
Rob
the
got it
objective.
right there. Kids need to be kids. 100%,
Yeah.
right? The kids need to go and do
Yeah.
what kids are supposed to do. What they're doing is they are trying to bring kids into the adult world. Oh, my little son listens to rap music and he's going to grow up and be a gangster. He's 5, right? He should be
Right.
watching some sort of animated cartoon and running around eating dirt and throwing rocks. And they're doing it with the little girls. They're putting them in swimsuits and making them walk down the stage and all. No, right?
Yeah.
They need to be kids.
Yeah, they're kids. You know, they should never be sexualized. They should never be adulted.
No. Nope. Yeah, I don't understand where all this comes from. You know, you see it all
I
over
do.
social media. You
I
know,
do.
you see some 7-year-old kid walking up to somebody and it's F you, blah, blah, blah. Can you imagine? Yeah, if you did that as a kid, you would get the first like syllable of F out. And then you would wake up the next day going, what did I just do?
Yeah, that was me. I've experienced that firsthand.
Yeah.
There was this old man. I think he was a World War I veteran. You know, and I'm like 10, 11, 12, 13, whatever. He would grab me by my ear and pick me up and kick me in my ass all the way home.
Mhm.
Knock on my door and go, guess what I just found your son doing?
Yep.
And they, thank you, sir. We'll take care of it. And they bring me in, and administer corporal justice,
Mhm.
corporal punishment,
Yep.
So yeah. Yeah. And I got slapped. It was okay. It was okay for, my mom and dad, my mom especially, she would get mad if somebody like touched her son.
Yeah.
Right. But when they found out, when she found out what I said or did, like, you deserve that. Yeah. Guess what? You just fafoed. You just realized fafo. And that's the thing too, is kids have to be around other kids to understand and learn crisis intervention, crisis, crisis and conflict management.
Yeah.
They got to be bullied. They got to be insulted, made fun of. They have to figure all that shit out.
Yep.
Yep. There's no safe zones, right? That's the thing now is everybody's like, oh, the kids, we keep them in their safe zone. No, they got to yell, cuss, and scream and fight each other. I mean, that's how you learn.
Yep.
I mean, that's how you learn crisis, conflict, and management.
Now, let's see if you and I, because we're relatively close in age, so I would say that we have a decently same kind of upbringing. When you got that talking to about fighting in school, I want to see if it's the same as mine. So mine was, if you throw the first punch, you're going to get beat when you get home. If they throw the first punch, you better win.
Yeah. It even went so far as my stepdad teaching me how to box as a young kid. Yeah, that was the thing, and also they instilled upon me because I had a younger sister too, and they're like, you got to protect your sister.
Yep. You
gotta protect I had a sister and a brother younger, and they're like, you gotta defend their honor. You gotta defend them. 87. Thanks, X.
Well, that's right there. Consequences. There is no consequences right now. I mean, none. They're bringing it up into childhood that there is no consequences. You do something really horrible, you just need to talk about it, right? Like, why did you do that? That's a no. We don't do that, and they just skate free. You're Ohio, so did you see the one woman that killed the, I think, 5-year-old kid, stuffed the body down into the sewer, and now she's mentally not competent to stand trial, so they let her free?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So if there's no consequences, why can't anybody else do that?
Exactly. And that's a good segue into DC.
Yeah.
The whole federalization thing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
A lot in a lot of California, Seattle, is a lot of Chicago. It's the crime rate is just rapid, and it's because there's no consequences.
Yes.
I mean, it's like, oh, okay, you can still up to $999 worth, $900 to $99 worth of material of stuff. But if you steal 1,000, we got to put you in jail.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, okay. So, oh, okay. We're just gonna let you off. Yeah, it's fine.
Which-
You had to eat. You're culturally disfranchised. You're a protected class. Whatever. You're a
Which-
POC. Yeah, exactly. And that's where the wokeness comes in, right? And,
I do like
and
the,
that's part of it.
Was it the gas station guy that got around that whole $999 thing, where he marked everything as $1,000, and when you come up, you grab the free coupon that would make it the real price.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
see, that's smart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so a candy bar was $1,000 if you walked out the door with it, but if you came up and took the coupon, it was $1.50 or whatever.
See, there you go. That's smart.
Well, what is your stance though? Should federal troops be put into major cities?
I want to say no. I do. I want to say no. It's a slippery slope. It is really sitting in like a tyranny kind of vibe. I've been overseas. I've seen military walk the streets in cities, and if there's something happens, they shoot you. They
Yeah.
shoot you right in the butt or the nuts. They shoot you in the legs.
Mhm.
They beat your ass. They're open to corruption. They start to, deal with the whole power corrupts absolutely thing. And it does happen here too. I mean, especially with the National Guard. Everybody knows about South Carolina with Hurricane Hugo. The National Guard was caught looting. So okay, right. But yeah, I mean, how are they going to ascertain? And I think Rescue covered this, and that's good. Is how they're going to ascertain if I'm going to work or if I'm a gangster.
Yep.
And past curfew. What the fuck? Are they going to come in my house and take my guns?
Yep.
Well, DC, you're not supposed to have a gun anyway.
Yep. Well,
So
and like what Chris here, I see a lot of people that say this, not to single anybody out, of if it's a woke city, why not put federal troops in? I get it, right? Most of these bigger cities are woke blue state, cities and things.
Yeah, right.
But you're setting the precedent. So if we do that and we put them in Chicago, New York, LA, whatever, what happens in a couple years when blue takes over the team? Now is the federal troops allowed to go into rural America?
Yeah. I'll start locking down, small
go
town
both ways.
USA.
You've got to see everything as both ways on it. You have that slippery slope where it's a good idea at the time, and I agree with it, right? Most of these blue woke states have rampant crime, right? If you're going to go to a major city and have the highest expected rate of survival, you're not going to go to DC, Chicago, things like that. They do need cleaned up, but I don't know if federal troops are technically the right way to do it, because even if they go, because I always wanted to lean on putting federal troops to guard property. Let law enforcement go take care of law enforcement. We're going to have federal just guarding federal buildings and other things, so it frees people up to go do the job. But what happens when you have that one moron that wants to cross that line and all of a sudden they have to go hands-on or they have to do an arrest, right? You have a federal military individual slapping handcuffs on an American citizen. Now you just set another precedent.
That's automatic 10 years. I mean, that's the punishment part. So I do agree with that. And that's what the cities, the affected cities should do. And it's because of the AGs, right? The attorney general, the Soros installed attorney generals, is they just make the laws kind of go away and blend off. If they were more strict, like you put hands on a federal agent, that's 10 years, guaranteed, no parole. Good luck. You just got 10 years in a federal prison. Unlawful order, you're out past curfew. It's, hey, what the fuck? What are you doing here? Well, I'm throwing papers. Oh, okay, I get it. Or, yo, me and my boys are just smoking blunts and I'm about to go to my girl's house, get her up, right? Oh, I'm slinging a cane, right? Or, whatever. I get it. And there's a lot of, a lot of these cities have been allowed to just descend into chaos with the crime. I think that, you look at like what New York did. What's his name?
Giuliani.
Yeah, Giuliani. He's like, okay, watch this. All right, everybody, mandatory overtime, walk the streets, get to know everybody, get your presence out there, and police. Do the police thing, and stop this crime. Get to know people because people will tell you.
Yeah,
especially the shop owners, man. That's the thing about DC. They said all the shop owners, all the restaurants, all the businesses have literally been broken into or robbed at like 3 times a week. All of them, and nothing's being done about it. So okay, yeah, if there's some National Guards out there, but that could have been solved with just being allowed to carry a gun. Being allowed to exercise your Second Amendment. Yeah, they got guns too. Well, I got one too. I mean, a criminal they're not going to look for the hardest target. They're going to look for the weakest target.
Yeah, I've always kind of said that if you open carry or if you present yourself that you know how to put up a strong fight or that you probably have some sort of self-defense tool and they come at you anyway, they're not coming for your wallet.
Yeah, right. They're coming for you.
Yeah.
And that's different, and that's a tactic, right? Okay. You got guns. Okay. Well, there's 5 of us and we got guns, so we outnumber you. That's been seen many times, but the thing about it, like gangs and stuff like that, they don't want the heat.
No,
and there's actually like a gang council, and they're like, hey, we got to keep things kind of down. We want to, we're trying to make money here. We're not trying to, instill fear in the people, because the people can erase that gang real quick if they get together and say, that's it. We've had enough of this shit.
Yep.
And, history has shown that as well. I'm looking into the history of the Cleveland gangs. It's some of the oldest gangs here. And there's so many stories of like, there was one gang that used to cross a bridge, to come to another area to do battle on another gang's turf. And it was and they were going after people and the businesses and shaking them down. And without even the gang, the territorial gang that was getting assaulted, the people just burnt the bridge down.
Yeah.
Fuck it. We're going to burn your bridge down. Now you got to go all the way around, right? And we're going to see you coming. And we're gonna show up in force and step outside with our guns and go, no, I got kids here. We got kids here. Go away. And that happened.
And you bring up a good thing. I mean, you think of somebody like Hell's Angels, right? Yep. They're involved in all sorts of stuff, but what are they also involved with? They go
lots
do
of charities,
they're in the community because they need the people on their side.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, today is the day that I've picked to hydrate myself. So I do apologize. Multiple trips to the bathroom. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see how this works with the federalization.
Right.
The military on the streets. As long as they're not being the military, because it's different. right? It's a lot heavy-handed, you know. Policing, yeah, our police, they have to be held accountable for their actions, and they have to understand that there is a constitution, there is rights that we the people have, and they are our servant.
Yeah.
You know, serve and protect should always come back and be their mantra. You know, be their mission statement. The military is let's just destroy. You know,
Yeah.
locate, close with, and destroy the enemy. That's most of their mission statements. You know. Now your National Guard, they're more disaster relief related, right? That's their thing, and they're well versed in that. You know, of course, riot control, and our military is as well. Well, hold on, before I push the wrong button. Here we go. But having when they talked about the Marines going to LA, I was like, oh shit, here we go. And the police, I forget where it was or whatever, but it was something happened, and the Marines were there with the cops, and the cops were like, cover me, I'm moving. And usually in the police world that says, oh, okay, go ahead, I got you covered, go ahead, move. Yeah, well, the Marines were like, oh, cover you, and they just opened fire. Okay, that's what it means for us. So it's having a military on the streets, and I've been that guy on the street in Africa walking around, going, oh shit, this is not good, and trying to just be cool, but still having that that automatic weapon, or I can call in for fire support if I need to. I get it's different. If I'm looking to get into an engagement. I'm not trying to stop anybody from stealing or whatever. That's a police job.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't have that capability. To hey, what do you mean you hit your wife? Well, what am I going to do? I mean, don't hit your wife. I don't know. I got to go.
Yeah, it's two completely different jobs. And I mean, I've talked to a whole slew of people, and for whatever reason, it's that whole thing into me. I will sit down and talk with just about anybody, right? As long as you can articulate and you can follow
Right.
through, and it's not just name calling and F this and all that. And talking with people, I get my mind blown on occasion. I talked to one who said, if something was to go down, they would do martial law, and the military would come in, and the military would take care of everything. And I'm like, you do realize that the military is human, right? Like what you pointed out, they were down there looting, how many sexual assaults does the UN have in Africa? And I mean, they're
Yeah.
still human. Like you're going to have corruption. You're going to have bad people in there. You're going to have crime of opportunity, the spoils of war, and things like that. So yeah, it's not to let your guard down. Here comes the cavalry over the hill. You should probably be thankful they're there, but still be like, yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on things.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you think about like Maui.
Mhm.
The military showed up, and instead of like helping, they started building a fence perimeter to keep everybody in. Like, ooh, wait a minute, and checkpoints, and what do you mean I can't leave? Well, what do you mean if I leave I can't come back in? What do you mean I have to leave and I can't come back in? What? No, no. And why are you putting a gun in my face? As you say this, that's my home. And yeah, it's burnt down, but that's still my home.
Yep.
And yeah, of course, the whole LA fires, Gavin Newsom, all that, you have to just, I don't think it's ever a good thing if the military starts to occupy your area. It's just, no, it's not going to be a good thing.
No. Nope.
But then how do you get around that? I mean, do you leave the area? Do you barricade yourself in your house? And not hear any, just tune everything out, but what if they start going door to door? Like, hey, guess what? We're out of supplies and we need supplies.
Yep.
Got any rice? Yeah. You're
Yep.
a prepper. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to go ahead and remove all the guns because, first, safety, public safety. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you're on a list.
Oh yeah, you're on that list. Yeah, yeah. You've made too many videos, too many seditious videos. I mean, that's what Europe is facing right now. You make a video like what I'm saying, and they come to your doorstep and and they'll arrest you, put you in jail.
And that goes right back to it. You don't know every law of the United States and your state you live in and your town and all that. They want you. They're going to come either plant evidence, make some sort of electronic evidence, or you bought toothpaste and toothbrush on a Sunday, and that's against the law back in 1799. I mean, they will find something and get it.
Right. It's not their responsibility to let everybody know what's legal and what's illegal, but it is our responsibility to know what is legal and illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I get taxation to a certain, and that's a whole different other rabbit hole on all that. But if we're going to do taxes, why are we basically the only country where the government does our taxes, we do our taxes, and if it doesn't match theirs, we're in trouble? You've already done my taxes. Either send me a bill or send me my money and be done with it.
Yeah. Yeah. And you get in trouble if you don't do your taxes, even though they've done it for you.
Yeah, they've
already taken the money out.
Yeah.
They've taken it right off before I've gotten my paycheck. They've taken their money out.
Yeah.
Yet every year I have to do some kind of math
to check their work
to get my money back.
Yeah.
A portion of my money back.
Yeah. They take $5 out of your check, and at the end of the year, you've got to go through and go, wow, you were only supposed to take $4.50, and you got to submit that. And then 6 years later, they're going to come back and go, actually, let's see all your paperwork and see if that refund was correct.
Right. An audit. Ooh,
Yes.
I've been audited. Yeah, I've got the audit before. Yeah.
Yep. It's definitely a fun time of the way that our country works, and it's interesting. If you sit down and you take out most of the major ways to rule somebody, every single one on paper, not in real life, on paper, they all work. It doesn't matter whether it's socialism, communism, a monarchy, whatever. On paper, they do work. It's when you put humans involved, none of them are perfect.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Human error.
Yep. Well, you get
Human error.
corruption, you get greed, you get
Corruption. Yeah.
the power and all that. Some people, it's not even about money or fame or anything. They just want the power to look down on somebody and give a command and know they have to do it.
Yeah. Power trip. Yeah. Yeah. We also used to call that the Blue Falcon. Yeah. I'm in charge. Deploy knife hands. You're in trouble.
Yes.
You're in trouble, mister. You're going on review. Right. You're on notice. Like what I do. Yeah.
Shouldn't clean up the DC gangs. See, the DC thing is interesting because DC's not a state, right? That's a
Right.
whole
It's a district.
federal area.
District
So,
of Columbia. Where's Columbia?
Whatever they do in DC is definitely something to watch at and see what they're going to do with all of it. It needs to be cleaned up, and technically, if you really want to go through it all, since it's federal, they should probably police it federally. I mean, that would be my kind of thing. DC should be one of the cleanest, safest areas that there is.
Yeah.
But since we're on your show and I can talk,
that's right. You can see what
what does politicians do? They do the nose candy. They get the girl around the corner and all that. And if you have a clean, safe city, you're not getting that.
Yeah.
I need the riffraff so it provides cover in my
You need
stuff.
your house of your repute. Yes, you need the. I think it was somewhere there's a pizza watch and gay bar watch,
Mhm.
and it's a barometer, to indicative of if are we going to war or going to have a conflict.
Yep.
You know, if pizza goes up, that means everybody's in the office, and if the gay bar attendance goes down, that means everybody's in the office. But if there's no if the pizza goes down, the gay bars go up, everybody's we're not going to war.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, it's just daily business. But I mean, look how much of a mockery most of this stuff is. Of you get a photo op with the African stuff hanging around and them taking a knee in the Capitol, or the one dude that brought actual drugs in there, or the leaked tape
Right.
of the actual, was it like congressman's staff having relations inside the building?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
what are we
Yeah,
doing? What are
and
we making a
yeah,
mockery?
there's video evidence of it.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
all a mockery. Like the whole thing.
Mhm.
Where did all of our honor and pride and all that go? It's just common now, right? Like, okay, that got a 30-second whatever. Now we're
Sorry,
moving
Jeff.
on. Yeah.
Let's go, Jeff.
Yep.
Yeah, it's total debauchery. You know, it's they have this power that that they wield, and they go to their expensive dinners with the lobbyist and things of that nature. And why are a lot of politicians that only make like $200,000 a year buying $1 million freaking mansions and
Mhm.
driving around in these expensive cars, jets everywhere? We're paying for that shit.
Yep. And
It's-
letting it happen.
Huh?
That we're letting it happen. That's
and
the
we're letting
biggest
it happen. That's exactly it. We're allowing it to happen.
So that's Hudson Valley, and what Mike loves to say is, if you want to, without a bullet being fired, is everybody stops. You just
Right.
stop.
They'll walk
Right?
away. They'll walk
Yep.
away. Yeah.
You do a nationwide complete stop, and it's going to bring the country to its knees. And the politicians are going to have to come in and figure out how to get everybody back to work and doing things. You'll never get everybody. You won't even get 10% of the people, because they have made it to where everybody is content and they're just fine, right? You don't need chains to be slaves. You need a box, right? As long as
There you go.
you're tied
Yep.
to this,
I call it the great preoccupation.
yeah. I don't have to go through and wiretap and do all this stuff. You carry it around willingly, to the point of you pay them to be spied on.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We sign that, agreement.
Mm-hmm.
They can turn on our mic and their video at any time. They can sell our information and use it for anything they need.
Yep.
Turn it over to anyone. Yeah.
Yep.
And we got to pay.
Yep, you pay $50, $100 a month to have all of your privacy completely stripped.
Willingly.
Yeah, it's insane, and I love the way that they're doing it. You take and you put a computer, a tablet, a phone, whatever, and you give kids video games, so that way they're talking, on their level. The people at work, it's no longer sitting in offices and all that. It's emails and their own cubicle.
Yeah.
Everybody
Emails and Zooms. Yeah.
Yes, they're taking the human emotion and the human interaction completely out of everything. Everybody becomes a keyboard warrior, and you're going to end up having that situation that one moment of the grid down or the internet's off, nobody knows how to talk anymore.
You're right. I see this to this day. I do. I try to talk to people and they're like,
Yeah.
Were you talking to me? What?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Mhm.
I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
You're creepy. I said, hello, how are you doing?
Yep.
Fine day, isn't it? And nobody talks back.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, I would say that the highlight of my year so far was the campfire talk.
yeah, fireside chat. Yeah.
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 You had every person not have a single device on them, and we talked for hours.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. Yep. Yeah. And we not only did we talk, we debated, we argued, we expressed ourselves, and there was none of this. There was
Yep.
nothing like that.
Well, and we did it though as adults. You can disagree. And the thing is I welcome a debate. You may change my mind. You may have a fact I don't know.
Right. Yeah,
You know?
exactly. Yeah, I
And
might learn something.
we don't do that no more. Everybody digs their feet in. And for me, there's 2 or 3 things you're not going to change my mind on. I'm set in stone. You're not doing it. It is what it is.
Right.
But on other things, yeah, you may sway me, or I may still disagree, but now I have a different point of view of, something, and
Absolutely.
I welcome those sort of a thing.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, that's why I love a good argument. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Monty Python kind of guy,
That was back in high school. That was my job. Once he figured out how annoying that I was to, like, I had to pay attention because I would sit here and we would talk about abortion or something like that. And if my team was winning, he would do a move and I had to switch to the other side.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, I can debate just about anything, and there's a few things, right? Like a 50-year-old adult should not have a marriage with a 2-year-old. You're never going to change my mind.
Oh,
There's no debating it. I don't care. No, right? But
Yeah.
you want to talk
We
about
have to agree there. Yeah.
right? But you want to say, well, we should make a national holiday about having pizza on pineapples. I mean, it's dumb. I'll debate you on it, but whatever,
Pineapple
right?
pizza, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm team pineapple. Yeah. I'll eat it.
Nope.
I've eaten it many times.
No.
Yeah. See,
Nope.
we can agree to disagree.
Yes,
Yeah,
we can. And see, that's where the beauty of that comes. Because
now if you get pizza, somebody gives you, hey, you want a free pizza? Oh, it's got pineapple on it. I'll be like, hey, I'll take it.
yeah,
Right?
and I know a guy. Or we split it. You get half and half, right? We can problem solve
Right,
as adults.
right. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know where the conflict resolution part is. Nobody de-escalates anything. It's either 0 or 100, right?
Yeah.
It's somebody does something and you either tuck your tail and because you don't know how to deal with conflict and you don't stand your ground, or somebody does something by accident and all of a sudden, blood's flying and everything like that. And it's over nothing, right?
Yeah. See, I'm chat's going nuts. I'm team pineapple. I'll eat anything and have just about eaten anything. Okay. Yeah. I have.
And what was the game though? They stuck like 10 strangers in a room, 10 women and 10 men to see what they would do. And the men actually came out ahead to where they talked, but it was kind of like small little chit chat and whatever. And the women got into an argument. Have you seen that
really?
one? Yeah.
No,
Yeah, they everybody thought, well, the women's going to do good and the men are going to argue and fight. And the men were just like, what's up? Yeah, I saw the game. That's about it. And the women they were like almost a cat fight.
trying to kill each other. Yeah, almost. Yeah. And that's the thing about men, is there, we can discuss things on like, I could almost say like an analytical level, kind of back away. There's no emotion involved.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's we're looking at it as problem solution or whatever. Or, hey, that's I like pineapple and pizza. You don't,
Mhm.
well, that's fine. Okay. This is the reason why I do. This is the reason why you don't. Okay. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Women, it's all about the emotion. It's emotional driven, everything, and we can just be like, that's cool. And with men, there's always, that's the thing about in man world, is that there's always the threat of violence.
Yep.
Because we're men, so, I when we first meet each other, right, it's, can I take you? Can I take you down? Can I take you down? Are you going to punch me?
Mhm.
You know, can I take you down? Can I win? Right. And even there's like a little back and forth, you know, so to speak, in the beginning. Even if it's just like we're just kind of checking each other, right? You know, I'm checking your man card. I'm looking for receipts. You know, that kind of thing. In woman world, it's not like that at all. It's cutthroat. You know, it's
And it's
different.
and it's a whole different ball game now. And I think it a lot has to do with technology and the way that
Yeah,
a lot of people, especially the younger generations, are not communicating.
amenity. Yeah,
I was at
Amenity.
work, and this was a few months ago. We had a new kid start. He was 19 or something like that. And I wasn't even talking to him. He was a few feet away. I was joking with a coworker. He overheard it. He went out of his way to like go around me for like a week before he realized that we were just joking. Like I have never seen anybody make
Oh shit!
the
Like
special
he
attempt.
he punked out right away. Like, oh shit.
He would turn the corner and see me and turn right back around and go somewhere else. I'm like, what is his problem? Like I didn't even do anything to him.
No, it's X. It's also a respect thing, right? That's the thing too. It's a respect. We look at each other like, you know, hey, I bet that guy can handle himself in a bar
Mhm.
fight. I'd like him next. I'd like him be by my side when the shit goes down.
Mhm.
And so for me to know that, I gotta kind of ascertain if I could take you or not.
Yep.
And maybe you show me some kind of sign that you're better than me, and I should and we respect. That's man world. We respect. You know, it's the whole threat of violence is a respect thing. You
Mhm.
know, that's where we come to women there. No, and yeah, a lot of men are just because of the detachment, you know, from other men. They don't know how to be men.
Yep.
They just don't. I mean, bitch assness and pussies. And it doesn't matter about, you know, the whole sexuality of things too, either. You know, that doesn't even play into it. It's how a man deals with himself and deals with, you know, other men
Mhm.
and women as well. Right. So, I mean, it's, you know, because we're the great protectors, we're the great providers, we're the great builders, we're the great destroyers.
Mhm.
Right.
Yep.
That's what we do. That's what we're expected to do. That's even what our evolution, our genetic makeup has brought us to that point. It's
Yep.
all expected.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, there's a lot into that. It's one of those, and one of the things, and small caveat, I don't like that they are hijacking others, right? Whether or not you or whoever is for or against somebody being gay, they're a human, and I give them their full thing, right? Somebody should not go and get punched because behind closed doors, that's what they want to do. Whatever, right? And I would
Right.
stand up for somebody like that. You know, if somebody's picking on them just because they have a
Yeah.
boyfriend, yeah, I'm going to go in and I'm going to stand up for it. But when you all of a sudden you're like, well, now this group of people want to join in with this group, and now this other group wants to join in, and this other one, and then when they tried to put on the map that minor attracted persons thing, I'm like, you guys need to get this off your stuff or nobody's going to back you. You're going to lose everything that you fought for. You know, they did that with the women's rights. Women deserve the right to vote. They deserve, fair pay and all that. And they were fighting for their rights. And then the feminist movement took over and it started to become gay or man bashing and all the other stuff. And I'm going, you're losing everything you fought for.
Yeah. 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 That's when the I mean, wokeness is nothing new.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and they just keep pushing the narrative, and a lot of things get hijacked. A lot of movements get hijacked. I was talking about it today. Is, you know, a revolution or a revolt is easy to hijack
Mhm.
and turn.
Mhm.
You know, it's if it doesn't have a principle, a sound principle, it's just going to get, you know, turned away and easily, you know, turned. the suffrage movement. There was a lot of like weird turns
Mhm.
that took. And it's like, no, you need man. You definitely need man. All
Yeah.
right, unless you ladies are going to, you're not all ruby rivet. You know what I'm saying? None of you are like, not all of you are like that. Okay, most of you can't even change a light bulb, much less a tire.
Yeah.
So you need man, and who made that tire? Who made that light bulb?
Yep.
So I mean, yeah, and it doesn't matter, and that's we already know. Like in this day and age, is that what people do in the, and that's fine. Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do, that's whatever your sexual preferences are, that's fine. I don't care as long as kids are not involved.
Yep.
That's my bottom line. That's my fighting words. That's my line in the sand.
Yep.
Right. And it's everything else is fine, but and keep it whatever. I mean, keep it over there. There's Lindsey Graham is gay and a warmonger. And so bam, you've just taught boom, now we're gonna go into Chinese history. The eunuchs, the eunuch wars, right? These were men that were fully circumcised, so they couldn't have children in the empire, in the royal empire, and they were mostly GHEY, gay. Well, most of them were, but they waged war and killed, I don't know, thousands, millions.
Yep.
We wrote the history for China.
Yep.
Anyway, quick look at it.
Well, and for me, I think most of the stuff should go situationally. Most of your quote unquote crimes is not cut and dry. It's not one of those things. Like, all right, you jaywalked across this. Like I saw you in your video. You jaywalked.
Allegedly.
So that right there, it's right here. You're out. Well, there's a bear chasing me. It's a situation sort of a thing. And to go to the thing, I know a personal friend that I've shook their hand and all that. Had a girlfriend. She was 15. He was 16. Dated. They both got out of high school, got married, had a kid. And then somebody turned him in because she was 17, he was 18. And even though it was 2 years ago, it's within the statute of limitations. And even though they are married to this day and have a kid to this day, he is now on the list.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I knew a guy that he got on the sex offender list because they changed his meds and he rode his bicycle naked to the store. Absolutely just freaking out and just tripping balls. He was on psychotropics or something.
Yeah.
They changed his meds, fucked up his chemical, and he was a nice guy. He had he was not a predator.
But it goes into the old things, right? Do you let people do their culture? Are we going to go over to, say, India and go, you can't have arranged marriages? Are we going to go into another country, like some sort of maybe a tribe in Africa or something, and go, their age is 15, right? And go, no, you can't do that. It goes against our belief system. Do we run down there and start a massacre and a war and everything based on our beliefs, or is that their culture that they accept? Like, where do you draw the moral line? And I've had so many people try and debate me on this.
Well, I tell you right now, it's at the boundary, at their borders and our borders. That's where you draw the line. My borders.
Yep.
That ain't happening inside my borders. You can have that over your borders. That's fine. Go ahead. Whatever.
Yep.
But it's not coming over here.
Exactly. And honestly, if you looked at it, could you imagine if somebody come into Congress and in the presidency and whatever, and they signed a law that there is no free marriage? It's going to be arranged marriages only.
Damn.
Could you imagine that?
That would start the riot. That would start the revolution. That would be the line crossed. Yeah.
It'd be quite interesting to go through all that, and especially now. Let's say it's wokeness. Your parents are woke, but you're not. And Billy, we've arranged a marriage. Here's Fred. Like, what? Hang on. Oh, no.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm straight. What are you talking? No, it's not happening. Yeah. I mean, and that's their culture. That's abominations, right? I also call it the parade of debauchery.
Yep.
That's part of the demoralization tactics. It's fine. Do that shit over there, not over here, right?
Well, it kills me on the people that want to jump on the bandwagon of TikTok and whatever else, and they go, well, there is that tribe that they're marrying at that age, and I'm like, okay, so that's wrong. And they're going, yeah, that's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. So if the United States did it, it would be wrong. Well, yeah, it is. Have you not looked at our history? Life expectancy back in the day, the men would do whatever. And once the woman got to a certain age, she was still a teenager, but she was old enough to give birth and to cook and clean. And that was a marriage time. We did it,
Yeah.
And people would, no, we didn't. We didn't do that. Yes, we did.
Oh yeah.
We have learned, from our mistakes. Same thing with slavery and all sorts of other things. We've done really dumb, horrible mistakes.
Yep.
You got to admit it and learn from it and correct them.
Yeah. 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 Anything family oriented, they want to destroy. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh God, yes. The nuclear family is one of the biggest things that they want to take out. Once you can do that, and they go into those impoverished areas, and they started out with imprisoning the men and getting them into that lifestyle of either drugs or money or whatever, and getting them out of the house to where it's only the mother. Yeah, they've been after the nuclear family for a long time.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Yep. That's the only way they can win. It's part of it. That is subversion 101.
Yep.
I think it was Stalin that said, just give me one generation.
Yep.
Just one. And we watched it happen. Our kids were wearing masks. Our kids were, behind, plexiglass. They were staying at home. They weren't allowed to go out in town. They were, and then when they went back to school, then they got, educated.
Oh yeah.
On the way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they get educated, re-educated. Oh no, they get re-educated.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've always had that a teacher has a duty just like any other profession. Like, I don't care if you're a janitor or, the CEO of a company, you got hired on to do a specific job and you need to do that job. But when you start incorporating something that is not into that job, now I have a problem with it. And when you're involving kids, right? Like that's the absolute worst. And somebody needs to go through and clean up the education system. I think if you want to take the country back, go start running for school council, go start running for different things, and start getting the education system fixed. Once we have an educated generation, it'll fix itself.
Yeah. And these teachers they're getting taught this in the colleges.
Yes.
By these woke professors,
Yes.
by these professors that are they're well versed and studied in Maoism and Marxism. They know, and that's what that's where it comes from.
Yes. Yeah, it's horrible because it should be the day to where you put your kid on the bus, they go to school, they come home, and they know how to read, write, do math, a little bit of American history, how government works. They should be learning basics. Now they have all these other programs and stuff. You know, my daughter is now a sophomore, and I was looking at her schedule that she sent me, and I'm like, good. I don't even know what half these mean.
Yeah. Yeah. Rewriting history, destroying history, omitting history. You know, and that was my thing. I loved history. You know,
Oh,
I
me
loved
too.
it. And I loved obscure history,
Mhm.
you know, and I was the one. I would, not only would I raise my hand, I would deploy knife hands in class and be like, wow, I didn't know. Where'd you learn that? I didn't teach you that. Like, I researched it, you know, I went into a library. I found a book. I found several books, you know, and I looked it up. I'm like, no shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, this is true. Man.
Yeah.
That's before the time of the internet, you know, and
The card catalog.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and a lot of that knowledge and stuff was held in the ivory tower, and you had the gatekeepers that would give it out if you were initiated,
Yes.
right? But you had to play by their rules
Mm-hmm.
to have this sacred knowledge. Now nothing is sacred.
Nope.
You know, nothing is sacred.
Nope.
We have the internet, and now the internet lies. I mean, you know, it's biased. It's hard to ascertain the facts. You know, discernment files. It's hard to use discernment.
Yes.
You have to build that filter, you know, and see what's G'day, Rip. You have to, and that's what we have to teach our kids.
Yes.
Is that there's so much noise out there. There's so much white noise. It's you got to be able to tune it in or tune it out. And what my thing is, what I learned is I learned get very many different perspectives on the subject. You know, and you can see you'll start to see the bias.
Mm-hmm.
You'll cut right through the bias because you'll have people that are they tell it from a certain perspective, or they're trying to turn it their certain way and create some kind of thing, some kind of narrative, or they'll just omit certain things. And like this other guy, no, this is in there. So learning that, I think that takes time, a lot of time, especially for children. And it's the vulnerable years, that's why it's very important to, safeguard your children until the age of 18. And then when they go off into college, that's when the mind is still not, you're still a child mind, young adult, but with a child mind, ruled by hormones, ruled by emotions, believing, trying to be a part of something. They get wrapped up in it. They get hemmed up in stuff. And that's when your bad life decisions come into play.
Yes.
So mentoring must continue.
But that goes into what drives me insane is talking to some other people, and they're going, "Oh, I've got a first grader or a second grader, and we're so happy that we took and got him on Ritalin or whatever else." And I'm like, "Well, why did they do that?" And they was like, "Oh, well, he was, disruptive in school and talking."
Yeah,
he's a kid. What do you do after school? Well, he comes home and he sits down and watches cartoons. Get the energy out of him. Let him be a kid. Like, you have taken a kid from birth into life, and that's traumatic enough. And then now all of a sudden they're learning how to walk and crawl and ride a bicycle and eat on their own and go to the bathroom. And now all of a sudden you're going, by the way, we're going to put you on this really big yellow thing for a half an hour. Then you're going to go and sit down and shut up for 4 hours. Then we're going to give you a snack. Then you're going to sit down for another 3 hours. We're going to put you back on that big yellow thing. And, what in the world, right? Like, how did we come to that point to where here you go.
I'm going to say it. It's an indoctrination camp. You take out, you're training the future slaves or military. It's one of the two. You're either going to be a worker or you're going to be a military. So that's the only two ways that you can, come out of, the indoctrination camps, aka schools,
Mhm.
right? And you'll see this too, like a lot of your, major, like super smart CEOs and owners of companies, they quit school.
Yep.
They're like, this is stupid.
Yep.
I can't do this. I'm leaving.
Yep.
They just quit. They're like, no, I don't want to sit down. I don't want to be subservient.
Yep.
I don't want to learn authority. I am the authority. I am in control of my own destiny.
Yep.
And that school is just really bad for kids.
Yep.
It really is. If they're not allowed to be kids, they're going to be kids,
Mhm.
right? Yeah, it's teaching discipline and all that. I don't think we should be teaching. Your parents teach discipline. As far as like higher learning and things of that nature, it's so much damage to a kid at a young age if you instill that you're deploying knife hands. Sit down, shut up.
Mhm.
Oh, well, guess what? You got to write 1,000 times. I will not be disruptive in school. Oh, and even worse, now we're going to put you on drugs.
Mhm.
I mean, man, it's terrible. It is absolutely terrible.
Yep.
You know,
And I've had this with another one where they were saying that their kid was being a little disruptive and whatnot. And so I asked them, I was like, well, what do you do for punishment? And they go, well, they're only in, the second grade. So I make them write, 50 times not to do this. And I'm like, so you're punishing them by making them do what they're supposed to do in school. Like, that makes no sense. Make the punishment an actual punishment. The what they do in school is not a punishment. When they go to school, now they're going to associate when the teacher goes, hey, write what I'm writing on the chalkboard. They're going to go, why am I in trouble? Like, what's going on here? So
Yeah.
I was like, I was trying to get it across to them, like, why don't you take the TV away? Why don't you, give them a swat on the behind? Why don't you something like make a punishment separate than what you expect them to do as the punishment?
Yeah, that makes sense. The paddle, that was the thing in my day. It was, you crossed the line and you got the paddle. I remember in English class, my teacher had this standing rule, and she was totally against it. And I argued the point with her, which still sent me to the principal's office, is that the word ain't
Yes.
is not a word.
It's in the
And so
dictionary.
if anybody used the word ain't, it was automatically go get a paddle from the principal's office. And it was just her standing rule.
Mhm.
I purposely argued the point knowing I was going to get the punishment. And when I went to the principal's office and I was like, yeah, I'm here to get my paddle. He's like, yeah, let me guess. You're in English class. Yes.
Mhm.
All right. Pop, here you go. All right, go. Get out of here. It was just like, all right, whatever, or you're being late for class. And, that whole, like, there's consequences to your actions.
Yep.
And then they found out later on that I purposely didn't, went against her standing law, of her class. And she actually had some respect for me on that too, but not, I think that with kids in school, they're so impressionable
Yes.
and they're so like just free and open that they have to go crazy. They're going to go crazy because they're already crazy. They're not even developed in their minds yet. So, learning, just learn the basics. And then there are those kids that should be like, if they show some kind of like interest in something else, allow them. Like, you like history? Let me put you on sixth period. You're gonna go to this guy's class. You're gonna love it. You're gonna absolutely love it. He's gonna love you. He's gonna throw he's gonna just, fill you with knowledge. Oh, you like math? Oh, you're really good. You like algebra. You like here you go. Over here, right? It's they try to like make this standard for everyone.
Yep.
You know, and it just it stifles the others. You know, that it stifles everyone, you know.
Yep.
And that in itself is that indoctrination into communism and into, you know, because that's what, you know, immediate response to orders, you know, write this down, go to page 37, take this test, sit here for 4 hours, don't fidget, don't be disruptive, you
Mhm.
know, that kind of thing. I guess there, you know, I don't like the idea of, yeah, like Catholic military school, boarding school.
Yeah.
At a certain point, if they show that aptitude, you know, if they show that aptitude. I mean, you know, the Marine Corps is full of misfits.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's misfits and belligerents, which is prized as a fighting force. You know what I'm saying? They show great creativity and problem solving skills and defiance in the face of the enemy. So you know, having that kind of trait, yeah, it's, you know, okay, your kid is you know, disruptive. All right, well, you know, I don't know. Go send him send him on an errand. You
Yeah.
know, tell him to go to the principal's office. I need 1,000 pencils. You
Mhm.
know, and take your time. You know, and Jimmy, you go with him.
Yep.
You too. And now maybe they come back with, you know, 2 pencils because I don't know. Maybe they built a fort out front or something with it.
Well,
Uh,
and really idealistic, at least in my opinion, kindergarten should be taken very seriously because it should set the standard for your life. It is the basic rules. Take your turn, share, you know, don't touch people, you know, keep your hands to yourself, you know, basic rules for life. Then
Okay.
first grade through fifth grade is your basic building blocks. Let's learn to read, let's sentence structure, basic math, all that. Once you get up into your middle school, that should be, let's start figuring out what you're good at, and let's start opening you up to basic life and basic life skills. So they should be able to fold laundry, you know, or wash some dishes or stuff. Then go
Yeah.
up into high school, and then high school is where you're going to go into your aptitude. Are you going to be athletic and go this direction? Sure. If you're going to be military, this way, wood shop, metal shop, industrial,
Right.
medical,
Tech,
whatever.
man.
And
Yeah.
if you don't do any of that, then you're going to take a hardcore home economics. You're going to learn how to cook, you know, for meals. You're going to learn how to balance a checkbook, you know, and bill
Yeah.
paying. Like, you should have something to where they get you ready for life.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. You know, the idea that when you graduate, you could be on your own.
Yes. And one faster or another, they either geared you towards whatever it is that you showed an aptitude and a liking for, or here's a thing that if you're going to go be, you know, a cashier for McDonald's, at least you can fold your laundry, cook for yourself, balance a
Right.
checkbook, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. You can, you know, walk and chew bubble gum at the same time, at least.
Yes.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's okay too. If you just want to be just normal, average, chill, that's
But we
fine.
need those. We
That's
need
fine.
those people, right? We need
I need
to
somebody to
push a
fold
broom.
laundry. I need somebody to make French fries. I need
Right.
somebody to, you
To
know,
push a
wash my
broom
car.
and do various labor intensive jobs.
Yeah.
We need those types of people. And it's okay to do that. Like, we need to push people that if, hey, I'm really interested in automotive, awesome, grab this wrench, go over there. And if somebody doesn't want to do none of that, cool, that's fine. But you're still going to be a functional adult.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Basic life skills.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basic
All
life
they
skills.
do is they go, America is bad and racist. You have to hate all of this, like all of this. Don't read any of this because technically it happened, but we don't believe it. And then when you get on your own, make sure you run up a whole bunch of
Take-
bills, victimize yourself, everybody else, it's their problem, not yours. And then if all else fails, go to the doctor and they'll give you some drugs.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Go to your safe zone. There'll be people that'll help you.
Yeah, you're sad. Well, let's not figure out why you're sad. Let's just give you a pill for that. And then a week later, when you come back and you go, I can't sleep. Oh, well, that's a side effect, but take this sleeping pill. And then all of a sudden you come in and, well, now your butt's itchy. Well, we got a cream for that. Yeah, and it just keeps going and going and going. And
Yeah.
when does it ever stop?
A symptomatic society,
Yeah.
I see a lot of that. I've seen a lot of that, like what is the root problem?
No.
And that's the whole thing about addiction and 12 steps and things of that nature is why are you doing this? Why are you doing this behavior?
That's the one thing they're teaching now. Why is not an option? That's the biggest thing. You don't question stuff, right? It's this happened. You can't ask why. So it's that whole thing of, well, why is my face breaking out and I'm all red and blotchy and itchy? Well, we make a cream. Well, why is it doing this? Well, we make a cream.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why it's very important for parents to take a very active role in their children's education. Ask them questions. What are you learning?
Mhm.
And that was the whole idea of it between by the PTO, right? Parent teacher conference is, hey, you just taught my son this.
Yep.
I don't agree with that.
Yep.
Change my mind or stop it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Parents should have control. It's not once my classroom door closes, it's mine. No, it's not.
That's my kid. That's right.
That's my kid. Yeah.
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 I take him out of there.
I don't know where all that started.
Yeah. And I heard that too a couple years ago that Ohio started the homeschooling act or something it's called. That it used to be a huge thing to take your kid out of school.
Yep.
Now it's just simple paperwork. It's
Well,
done.
not only that, but they sign that into the money follows the student. That's why they don't care anymore. Because as long as you have a body in the seat, a school gets X amount of dollars. And a passing, you get X amount of dollars on top of that. And
I
so
see.
now that's why they didn't want you to do open enrollment. They calculated that district knowing how much money they were going to get. And that's why they pushed all these illiterate people to the next grade and the next grade so they can keep everything flowing. And they fought against this. Now, if you homeschool, that money goes to you. It's not a whole lot. People don't want to get rich off this. It's only like $1,600 or something like that for the year.
Okay.
You're not going to get a whole bunch. It's supposed to basically help you with like getting a computer and internet and a couple of things like that.
Supplies. Yeah.
Yeah. You're not going to get rich and pay your mortgage off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with Robert. I'm a hands-on learner. I can read books and all that, but when I read, it's a history book, right? I want to learn the facts. If you tell me, read this book on how to build a chair, okay.
Yeah. I've been diving into making a movie, and so that whole creative process, and so when I want to write a book or something like that, I like to talk it out.
Yep.
So a voice recorder for me is just this platform is just absolutely just how I do it. It just comes right off my head, boom, 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 boom. And especially if I got somebody I'm going back and forth with ideas, right? That's how I like to. That's like my vehicle. And then later on, I'll listen to it and then write it down. And it's never like what I said. It's like it's like Cliff Notes. It's real quick stuff. Boom, boom, boom. Because I've already talked it out. I've already visualized everything, And now I'm just writing down like a overlay, an outline, and then we fill in the blanks later, which is going to be more discussion, more brainstorming, more, oh, okay, you got this idea. Oh, I don't like that idea. Okay, this don't work. Okay, that works. Right.
Yep.
I'm getting into that process again, and it's great. Having that creative, knowing the creative process to see, get it to that point where now we're filming, now we're doing things, which is the easy part.
Mhm.
That's the easy part.
Yes.
It's the hard part is literally writing down the story.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's people that are really good at that. They're like your writers and stuff. But you're not going to learn that in school.
Right.
They don't teach creative writing classes anymore.
Nope.
Nor do they go through those processes. Happy Saturday. What's up, Carol Ann Henson? Good kid karma. Happy Saturday. Yes, deploy knife hands. We'll make them happy knife hands just for you. Happy knife hands.
Well, we've got AI for that. What do you need to be creative for?
Yeah, they're not creative. It's the only reason the AI is creative is because we are creative.
Yes.
And it's a mirror. That's all it is. It's a mirror. It's a black mirror, if you will.
It's just regurgitation.
Yep, regurgitation and reorganization of thoughts and ideas that came from our head. Yeah.
Nice. Well, and my thing, when I wrote my book, I turned on the voice to text, and I would literally sit down or lay down, and I would just start talking. Then when I was done, it was printed out, and I could move things around. I can copy and paste, move this here, delete that line, and do all that. And that was my way of, because I have friends that I talk to, and they're like, no, you need a pencil and a piece of paper. It's the only way to write a book. And I'm going, it's not working for me, And so I had to find my way. And now that I have released my first book, now I have a better understanding of it. Now I'm learning from my mistakes and reading feedback and all that. Which I have one in the very beginning stages to where I'm toying with it, but I want to do a kind of apocalyptic book to where us content creators are the main characters. It's going to be epic if I can get it to come through.
That's crazy. Yeah. 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 That's cool. I love it.
Yeah. So we're going to see that. And I've had the idea of actually getting a team together, getting like 5-10 people and doing a traveling book. So somebody starts off with chapter 1 and they send it to somebody else.
Oh yeah, those
read it.
Yeah.
And then they do their chapter 2 and then they send it to the next guy.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, because then you would have almost different versions. You could all sit down and agree, like, all right, here's our main characters, here's our kind of plot line, and go with it. But you would have so many spins and different takes, and
yeah, I like it. I like that. It's I include me, please. X. There was a famous saying, I forget where it's from. Of course, this comes from the Marine Corps, which is never really used a lot. But it was a general that said it was his quote was, they had it on the company wall. The quote was, "Don't tell them how to do something. Just tell them what you want done, and let them figure out all the details and be marveled by their ingenuity."
Nice.
Yeah, traveling book. Yeah, it'd be so many twists and turns, the telephone book, right? You could call it the telephone book, like the game telephone, right? Yeah.
Or the was it the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants or whatever?
Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. Oh God, I've actually seen that movie.
Be something along those lines.
Mm.
It is sad to be an author and you can't even find your own daggone book in your house.
Yeah.
All right. Well, wherever it is, either that or I've already given all of mine out that I had, and I don't even have a copy of my own book, which is fun. So apparently, I need to get back on there and reorder my own book.
Wow.
Yeah.
Teaching law enforcement, firefighting courses, all the career creating courses.
Which,
There.
which did you get Chance Paladin's new book?
I did not. I have his guide to bunker. I got that one. You know,
Did you get Bunker Basic or Bunker Codes?
bunker. Yeah, the bunker codes. That's what I got.
Yeah, the Bunker Codes is the first one, and Bunker Basics is his re-edition of that one, his updated version.
Okay.
If you
Yeah.
get that one, there's a spoiler alert already. Are you sitting down for this?
No.
If you turn to the very back, I get an honorable mention.
What?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yep. Yeah. He always comes in the chat and he goes, "What are y'all talking about?" That's always what he says. You know, what y'all talking about? What's this show about? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Chance.
It's interesting to pop on YouTube and to pop into people's lives. And one of my things, favorite things about Bug Out Weekend, you go there your very first time, and I'd be curious on yours, on what your experience is for your first time you ever went. You're going to go, and I had no many people. He shut it off at 80, right? I pictured I'm going to be around 80 to 100 people that I have no clue. I've never met in person.
Yeah.
And I've got to sleep there in my most vulnerable period of time. I didn't know if I was going to get shanked or if this was a setup or if, there's just going to be this group of guys I'm just going to get picked on and laughed at and, the world doesn't know anything and, all this other stuff. I just showed up and was like, let's do this,
Yeah. Yeah. I was very apprehensive. I was lone wolf. I was, and Trent just hammered on me and hammered on me and hammered on me, and I showed up and I brought charity, So yeah, and I basically, I was myself. People knew me, because I was a content creator. But I didn't really start talking to a lot of people, and I was just kind of like just allowing people to just unmask themselves to me, and it was fun. It was fun, But then we started to connect. About the second or third day, everybody just, "Oh, you're one of us." Yeah, okay.
Well, it's nice to put that face with a name. You've been talking to them for months or years on a chat, and you've never seen them. They've seen you. They've been following you for a long time.
Right. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you get to actually meet them in person, not behind the keyboard. And it took me a long time. So you know who JD is? JD Erie.
Yep.
Okay. Advert AD VRT. That's his daughter.
Oh, okay. That's the daughter.
Yeah,
all right.
That's JD's daughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the one that was there at Bug Out Weekend.
I can't get on Facebook just yet. So I've met her. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Once I can get on Facebook, I will make y'all blue. But I can't get on Facebook. I'm on StreamYard right now, so can't make anybody blue. It sucks.
Yes. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one because now that I've got experience, it's going to be fun to go back next year to ignite all that of everybody that I've met, be able to have knowledge of the working and understanding and all that, welcome in all the new people that's going to come in because now I'm no longer the rookie. And then I get to experience, like, you put on a really great class.
I do.
You did. You put on your little bug out bag.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pissed off about that because the last thing I rushed through it because they wanted to do something else. I didn't show my tarp. That was the last thing that was in my bag, a tarp.
Why didn't you do it?
Because it was just in the bottom of the bag, and I was rushing because they wanted to hurry up, let's go, come on, So yeah. and I wanted to do other things too, and I just thought about. I was like, no, I'm going to take a back seat. I'm going to take a back seat today at this time. Just but they talked me into that we were going to do like a patrol thing, but it turned it evolved, right? The bug out evolved into something else. It was more like a bonding kind of thing. We really bonded under the under the rain. I wish I would have had more hooch. I was making tent calls.
Well, and here's my thing though. So if you had the power and the authority and whatever, what would you do to make it better? What would you do next year to make changes or whatnot?
You know what? No, I liked it. I liked it. I was excited that to get the medical stuff hands on. Everybody take this kind of course. But it evolves. And I'm flexible enough. I could just like, hey, let's go with it.
I think for me,
yeah.
I want to, like, my only regret was not getting more than maybe an hour's worth of content the entire time I was there.
Yeah.
I would love to have a thing set up at check-in, somewhere kind of up front or whatever, have one of them 10x10 canopies, have a backdrop, vision, preparedness, whatever, and have 2 chairs sitting there. So you could sit down and do a 10-minute little video with somebody and make those or a photo op or something like that. So you can have stuff to post, because I think 60% of the people there, 50% was all content creators.
Yeah.
I mean, what did you do? I think I saw you go live once.
Yeah. I mean, I that's my thing. I'm everywhere. And I'm also like, working kind of,
right.
I'm doing a lot of things, and that's my regret, is not spending a lot of time with people. Like I'm there, then I'm over here, and I'm over here. Oh, I got something else I got to do. Oh shit, I got to pee. All right. Oh, I got to think about what to eat. Oh damn, I got to take a nap. It's so I'm all over the place. That's my biggest regret, is not being able to hang out and have quality time with a lot of people.
Well, I always tried to make sure you had coffee when you walk by.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. So, and not, I like to, one of my other regrets is not having something for everyone. That thing is you give me something, I want to give you something back in return. And it just really irks me if I can't. Oh yeah, X. I got this. And I can't say much about it, but I have. It's going to be epic if our vision comes into fruition. I should have been an actor. I'm one of those people. I should have been an actor. I should have been a radio personality, or or something like that. I should have been in entertainment.
I don't know what my calling was, to be honest.
Yeah. That's why I got into the thing, to the YouTubes, mostly for for creative outlet. I get really manic depressive kind of, if I don't create, if I can't let it out, just like a kid sitting in a classroom, it's just like, this sucks. And it stifles you. I like to be able to, express myself, get creative, and let it out. And I feel much better. I'm able to show as a florist.
Well, and me, I mean, my hidden agenda on why I started a YouTube is we're not promised tomorrow. And if I get into a car accident or something along the lines that I'm taken out, my kid has years of dad videos.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
this is, well, and my thing, if something happened to me tomorrow, I'm trying to put out motivational stuff. I'm trying to put out things that he can pick up and learn. Like, Dad's not here to teach me how to do a fire or how to set up a tent or, do whatever. I can still teach him lessons and teach other people that want to hear what I've got to say.
Yeah. XNYC Prepper, Good Kid Karma made that sticker.
Man.
Yep.
I might have to hit somebody up then.
That sticker or the magnet, I think it was a
Mhm.
magnet.
It's a
But,
magnet.
she made, Carol Ann Henderson made a portrait. She's a painter. She's a painter. Very creative. She made a portrait of that sticker. That sticker is just a copy of a massive portrait that she made of me with a storyline. And she tried to win a contest, the Smithsonian Institute contest, and I was her subject matter. So I'm honored.
Well,
Yes.
your magnet has a forever home on the side of fridge number 2. And
Why?
ever since my little one watches your videos and does your knife hands, he has now taken the letters off of the fridge that we practice spelling and things like that, and has wrote Mad Shad underneath of your magnet. And that's all that's on the side of fridge number 2. You have a permanent whole side.
God, oh my God, I'm famous. I'm absolutely famous. Yeah. Wow. I'm honored, man. I'm humbled and honored. Really.
Yeah. I'm hoping if things work out and things get planned the right way, that I think the little one and the missus is going to come the last day
Yeah.
of
Okay.
Bug Out Weekend so he can hang out and because he hasn't got to meet you, but my goodness, he is completely idolized of Vision. He
Oh my God.
loves Vision to death.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yep, that's rule. Yeah, this is rule 2IC. Yeah. Drop his link. Man. I've this whole time I've been fighting power failure. I'm slowly but surely losing power on my phone. It's a sad day, and it's my fault because I let the I let the power go down to like 15%. And
Oh,
yeah, so there, I'm literally held together with bubble gum, duct tape, and 550 cord over here. Seriously, and so I did have a brick. I should go get it. It's in the freezer, a freezer brick that I set the phone on to charge, and it brings the temperature down, which is why I'm getting this power failure. I should just like duct tape it to the back or something.
Oh man. Well, it's definitely going to be interesting for next year. I think I've already talked like 5 people into wanting to come. So it's definitely going to be interesting.
Cool. Absolutely. That's very cool. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see what happens. I don't know if it's going to be the same bat time or same bat channel. But yeah. It should be. It should be. Bailing wire. Right?
It's true. All I know is I have been bugging Vision that I want another Shad teaching class. So
Another what?
I want another Shad teaching class.
Shad me teaching
Yeah.
something.
Yes, I want
Okay.
Shad to teach me something. I don't care what
Okay.
it is. I want Professor to stand up and
Yeah, I mean, I think the last one, it was knife fighting 101. I think it was, and it was Prepared Irishmen. You know, me and Prepared Irishmen basically broke each other's ribs, throwing each other around. It was called Take My Knife. Take My
Oh, yeah.
Knife.
I saw pictures and everything of that.
Take My Knife. Yeah, I did. And before that, I think it was the first year. Yeah, I think it was. Before that, I had a whole bunch of pool noodles made up. I had like 50 of them, and my idea was to teach the class to everyone and have them like, ready, strike one, and go through, kind of like, everybody get online, everybody do the same thing, everybody do this, right? That was my idea, but it didn't evolve into that. It was so hot. And so I just started giving them all the kids. We had a lot of kids, and it was just the craziest time. The kids were just having a great time, just sword fighting, with the poo noodles that I cut, and I put duct tape around the end for a handle. And out of nowhere, you would just get smacked by a poo noodle. Like, I got you. Like, oh no, you didn't. And started chasing kids around. It was just an epic time. And so they just took them and just destroyed them. Second time was just me and Prepared Irishmen. And my idea was take my knife. Like, take my knife. Can you take my knife before I kill you?
Yep.
Chances are you can't.
Nope.
Chances are you can't.
Nope. I've been through that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody can close 15 feet of distance faster than you can probably react for a normal person.
It's been proven. It's called the Tueller, the Tueller effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Tueller method. Yeah,
Yep.
12 feet, 15 feet, 10 feet. I mean, a grown man, it doesn't matter the size, it doesn't matter the weight. They can cover that distance within mere seconds, if not a few seconds, couple seconds.
Oh,
How fast can you pull your weapon from a concealed carry or from whatever and deploy and get that shot off and a good shot?
oh yeah.
Right?
I don't know how many
it's-
times I've witnessed saw video. Somebody is literally almost within arm's reach, and they fire a whole magazine and didn't hit a thing.
Yeah.
You're talking almost point blank and still missed every shot.
Yeah. Even if they get offline, get off the X, and it just kind of, angle out, whatever.
Mhm.
That adds to the difficulty of the shot, because you're like, okay, present the weapon, bang bang, right? But if you're moving, it changes the whole dynamics, and now you've got this guy bearing down on you, right? And all it, I think, who was it? I forget. Don't bring a gun. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. A lot of gunslingers have been taken out by knives.
Mhm.
Is it instant? No, it's not. But closing that distance and doing that irreparable damage, it's brutal. That's as brutal as it gets.
Well, but everything has its own thing, right? So if somebody is 150 yards out, well, you want a rifle. That's the tool for the job. You're not going to take a knife and go take care of the threat at 150 yards. Now they're 15 yards away, 20 yards away. All right, well, now that's where your handgun comes in. It's your pistol. You're closer. Now they're 5 feet away. That's where that next one comes in of having that knife, and it's like that tiered system of, you have that rifle, they're getting closer. Now I need to drop and pivot. Now they're getting closer. Now I need to drop and pivot.
Yep. I mean, and it even gets to the point of no knife. It's hand to hand.
Yep.
What do you do?
Yep.
Because that's the thing, is everybody thinks, okay, this is the scenario. Well, no, the scenario that's being proactive, right? That's being proactive in looking at the attack as being proactive. No, it's reactive. You are already behind the power curve.
Mhm.
Boom, you've been hit. somebody has sucker punched you. Somebody came up behind you and has hit you, or somebody out of the crowd is rushing you. That's it. Boom. Oh shit. You know, you ain't got time. And most people's reaction time is sometimes 5 to 10 seconds.
Mhm.
You know, it's you know, nobody, not a lot of people, you know, practice ODA. Like, oh shit, you know, observe, orientate, decide, action. You know, even that takes, you know, getting that down to a split second is hard.
Yep.
You know, and that getting that critical chance, that critical effect of, oh shit, this motherfucker's bearing down on me, and he's got a knife, he's got a baseball bat, he's got an axe.
Mhm.
Right? It's getting medieval. It's medieval times now. You know, welcome to medieval combat. You know, and it's going to be brutal. What do you do?
Did you see? I forget where I said it at. I don't know if you caught it. We got a bunch of us together in the mag, and we did a training exercise. And one of the guys set it up, and he didn't want anybody to know about it. And we all went into this kind of a room, and there was a table, and there was a screen there. And he said, "Here is a video. It's whatever it was, like 8 minutes long. And what it is it's going to be like a 20-question test about what they're saying and visuals. So it's going to be like, what did he say where he was from, and what color is his t-shirt, things like that. That's kind of the examples.
Yeah.
And he said, and then once the video goes on, you'll get your test and blah blah blah. Well, he starts the video, and like 30 seconds into it, he drops a book on the floor, and everybody goes like this, like, what the heck was that? You know, we weren't expecting that. Or he takes and he has his buddy call him, and he's standing 3 feet over on the phone having a conversation, and he's doing this, and the test comes out. I don't think anybody got more than 3 things right.
Right.
You know, it's that whole, how do you react in those situations?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody, when that book fell, was paying attention what was going on to that screen. You know, it's that something happened. What did you do? You know, you knew your task was here, but you froze. You're reacting, and that was the closest thing of, what are you? Are you fight, flight, or freeze?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Can you operate all 3 of those?
Yeah.
Can and you know, can you remember your task, which was to identify and pass the test?
Yep.
Yeah. I remember they used to do shit like that with us. It was more like sleep deprivation thing.
Oh yeah.
You know, that it was done. You know, they would have a box, and they have like 3 things in it: a lighter, a lighter, a bullet, and a feather. And they're like, okay, look in there. All right, yeah, okay. 12 hours later, without sleep, okay, write down what was in the box, and just a piece of gum, a stick. You're like, that wasn't in there. You know, they just keep you going, right, and keep you going. Then at the end of the session, they're like, what was in the box? Oh, wow, man, I don't even know what my name is right now. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, so I like that. I like that kind of and that talks about that misdirection, that preoccupation. I've done things where I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yep.
Until after I've done it.
Mhm.
And it's because I was an old job that I had in security, and I was with another detail. And we're passing by someone who just got out of a truck, and he pulls up his shirt and shows his gun, and he's looking me dead in the eye. But what he's doing is he's trying to get to a store, and he's adjusting his gun. I didn't know this at the time. It clicked later, but I automatically went to the far side of the truck of the car to gain cover. And everyone's like, "What the fuck you doing?" I was like, "This guy has a gun. I wanted to get cover. I guess that's why I did that." oh, okay. Well, he was just adjusting it. It'd been riding and, in his gut, in the truck. He's like, oh shit, this sucks. He's adjusting it. And he just so happened to see me like, uh-oh, and we locked eyes because I lock eyes with everybody. That's my thing. I'm looking into your soul, right? I can't help it, and I'm acknowledging your presence, but and when I'm switched on in that security, I just did it. And I was like, why did I do that? Oh, because of the gun.
Muscle memory.
I just wanted to just put something between me and him, just in case,
Well, and for me, the 2 times that you can really start to tell who a person is late at night, right? Like they are normally they go to bed at 10 o'clock and they're up at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. You are seeing them past their prime, right? They're going to get goofy or they're going to get irritated or whatever.
Yep.
And then you see them first thing in the morning. They wake up, they stretch, they're barely getting the sleep out of their eyes. Those are usually the 2 most honest points in a person. You can put on a great face and a great show and pretend and do all this other stuff. But those 2 times, you really start to go, because you're not thinking about it. You just woke up 2 minutes ago. You're just trying to stretch. You're trying to get your bearings. You're trying to get ready for everything. You're not trying to put on, a facade and pretend that at 2 minutes after you woke up.
I mean, I tell you right now, I wake up like,
yeah, I can attest to that.
I'm like Sasquatch when I wake up. I'm scratching my ass and coffee. I need coffee. Yeah. Another time is in very sustained stressful situations.
Yeah.
In sustained physical activity. You've been working all day next to somebody. Or do they get a little crazy with you? Do they, and you ask them to do something, they snap at you. You start to see that crack, in their facade, or are they annoyed, or whatever, or do they engage? Like, yeah, man, whatever you need, what you need, yeah. You get to learn a lot about someone through, sustained stressful situations and work. Yep. And like you said, that's a good one. Is waking up in the morning. That's when you really know your wife. When you wake up and you look over your wife or your girlfriend, she's got no makeup. She's got a booger hanging out of her nose. Hair's a wreck. Makeup is smeared or whatever. She's digging at the crack of her ass, going, wiping it on you.
Yep, it's definitely, it's one of those that to be in that sort of a setting, and that's one of the greatest things about, for me, on Bug Out Weekend. People, like, what was it? Half the people was their first time, something like that.
Yeah.
They've never met anybody, and yet they were willing to trust a bunch of people they didn't know and literally sleep 10 feet away from them. There's no lock on a tent. And even if there was, one of these and I mean,
right.
People were trusting their lives with complete strangers.
Yeah.
But it was all great, right? Nobody gave off a bad vibe. Everybody was helpful. It would have been anything. It would have been one of them things. If somebody's tent would have crashed during that storm, I've got a big 6-person tent. Come on in. It'd been fine.
Yep. Yeah. I took harborage in Trent's tent because mine was leaking. We had yeah, I didn't really have a tent. It was stupid of me. I was trying to be like everybody else, and that was my thing. The first time I had little, like, I set myself up for certain little, like my thing, is I'm a grunt. I live on my back. Everything's on my back, my tent, my shelter half, everything's there. And, it's whatever, it's boom. It's just, but this time, the first time I did I had this Viking idea, and I did the hammock with a tarp over it and bug nets, and I threw out throw pillows. I had pillows and shaggy rugs and, bones of meat, spears and axes. And then the second time I was like, I'm just going to wear what's on my back, and I had the tent and all that, and this time I had I wanted to be like everybody else. Like, okay, I'm going to get the canopy. I'm going to get the cot. I'm going to get I'm going to get a table, cause I've got this. So I got this SUV, I'm going to pack my gear, and I had my other gear too. Right. So I wanted to make sure I had everything able to, like set up a operational base or something, and got something to go back to. But I'm always like, stuff on my back. Let's go. And my favorite, not even a tent. I mean, in the summertime and even the wintertime, I just use a bivy sack, Gore-Tex bivy sack, and a bunch of whoopies. And there you go. I'm toasty. My ISO mat, I'm good to go.
I was sitting there enjoying the rain, and then all of a sudden I got to thinking about you, and I'm like, when you first set up, I thought you were the most coolest badass dude. You're gonna rough it out there in the open, and then the rain came, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe that's not a good idea. And right before I started to doze off, all of a sudden JBS popped in my head, and I'm going, he's in that coffin tent.
Yeah. That's but I mean, he did have a tarp over everything, like his little area, but yeah, that was my idea, was to try to be like everybody, get with the times, if you will, right? Kind of glam it up, so do some glamping, but yeah.
Well,
I've got, it's not my wheelhouse, but I tried to take, notes from everyone,
Did you get Devil Dog's note though? Make sure you bring a blow up mattress with a headboard and
a table, a bed stand with a lamp, and a refrigerator. The first bug out weekend, Renaissance Grandma showed up, and she had a huge tent, right? For one, it had air conditioning. She had a microwave. All right. She had a stove. She had everything. I was like, what the hell? The second one, we had the blow up Taj Mahal that had a basement. No, I'm kidding. But this thing was like, it was a apartment it was an apartment, a three-room apartment blow up. I forget who that was. But and she had kids with her. That was amazing to see. And that was her first time. And she went around everybody, to everyone and took notes, asking questions. She's a content creator. And so it was just amazing to see how everybody, yeah,
it's definitely an interesting time. It's definitely something that I wish more people would get involved with. There's things there that a video, watching it on YouTube, is not going to do it justice. Us talking about it's not going to do it justice. Like, you have to be there and experience it firsthand.
Yeah. Experience. So, experience is the best teacher. It is. It really is.
Yep.
Okay. I see there's a little bit of a argument going on in chat. All right. That's cool. Right on. I'll carry on.
Yep. I was eyeballing, and I was just like, you know what? It's two grown people, and they will do just fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Because too many people, they intervene and they don't let people be people.
I mean, it's my premise here is all are welcome if they're brave enough. I mean, we have adult conversations here, and so it can go south very quick, or it can it can stay in a plateau.
Well, but it's one of those things. You get two kids, one grabs the ball from the other one, and they start yelling, "Give that back!" No, blah blah blah, and people run in there and grab them and separate them. And I'm going, they don't learn conflict resolution, right?
Yeah.
Like you've got to let
Yeah.
them figure it out. There's too much of this. They either intervene or they don't intervene when it's definitely needed, right? If the kids start going and wrestling, all right, you need to learn how to do this. When the one kid picks up a brick, now it's time to go, hey,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. I wish that would have been the case in my childhoods. But it's usually when nobody's looking, it's like, oh, okay, brick time.
Mhm.
Yeah. But I mean, it's also like, with the conflict resolution, you got to let kids figure it out and fight, because they come away from it going, wow, I can really defend myself. I did that. I kicked him in the nuts and stopped him dead. Oh, that works. Or, oh, I punched a big guy in the face and that did not work at all. Right. Or, oh, I can't wrestle this guy. You start to learn things, and you come away with an insight, or, even if it's just, going at it with your mama jokes. Right. And, it's an insult argument. And both people are trying to piss each other off, both kids and the goal is to just absolutely get one so mad that he wants to fight you, or he gets mad and walks away, right? It's how much can you take? Eating bitter. Yep. Concept of eating bitter. How much can you take? That's how you prove yourself, and that's how kids prove to themselves and to others, because they learn from watching. And
this whole being equal has been taken too far. We have rights, we have basic rights. You're not going to go around and treat somebody different because of A, B, and C, right? That's just not the way we do it. But on the caveat of that, we have a pecking order. It doesn't matter.
There's always a hierarchy.
Yeah, once the kid's born, you have parents, kids. Right? It's not on the same plane, and it never should be. When you go to work, you have boss, supervisor, you have a hierarchy. You go to school, you have a hierarchy. Like everything has a hierarchy. So when the kids get out and they get together, they're going to do a hierarchy, right? Some kids got to be there, and you just kind of hope that it's the good kid is, the boss of everything and not the bad kid. But they've got to figure that stuff out.
Teresa's the bad kid. Look, she's stealing the ball. I'm taking my ball, going home. No, I stole it. It's mine. Yeah, Teresa.
See. Oh, that's going to be the next game at Bug Out Weekend if Teresa shows up. Somebody's got to bring a ball, and we're just going to see who has it at the end.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's how you, in that conflict resolution, that's how you figure out who you are. Yes. Are you alpha? Are you beta? Are you sigma? I learned I'm sigma. I'm not the tough guy, but I will study you for your weaknesses and exploit them. So I'm an alpha's worst nightmare. I've learned, and I would use psychology. I remember, I was a scared white boy in a black neighborhood in the hood. And, I'm 13 years old. I'm 90 pounds soaking wet and skinny as a rail. And all the other 13-year-olds are like already 6'2" and 350 pounds, built like linebackers. I can't fight that. And they're picking on me, So I remember one guy, he used to give me shit one man-child used to give me shit all the time. And it was I was walking to school, and he was walking the other way, and we just kind of passed each other, on the sidewalk. And he flexed on me and gave me the shoulder, and deployed knife hands, like, don't you ever walk past me, you motherfucking crack ass, whatever, And he started pushing me around, whatever, like he's going to dominate me. And I just had this thought in my head: I'm just going to eat this guy's neck. And I just jumped on him and latched on and just start chewing on his neck like I was trying to eat his, like pull his jugular out. It freaked him out so much that he just ran away screaming. Like, he left. He exited the area as quick as he could. And from that day on, when we met each other walking to school or whatever, he got on the other side of the street. And this kid, I mean, like I said, this kid was like 6'2", 350 pounds, and I was just like, I'm not taking that shit, and I'm going to see what happens. If I'm, and I knew I had to close distance, I'm saying I had to latch on to him. Later on we fight, you learn like MMA and, a lot of you BBJ, take the back, get to the back, and latch on and pull yourself in, get as close as you can. And that's your safest place is take their back. And then from there you can do whatever. Right. So that big guy is not going to be able to pummel you because one shot and, Rule, you're a pretty big guy. I would hate to get hit by you. I would. So,
See, that's the fun part.
I gotta move. I gotta stick and jab. I gotta be light and shifty, or close the distance.
For me, I grew up farm, very rural, right? I mean, we had a farm. Everybody had a farm, all that. Parents got divorced, and we immediately went to downtown, almost like pretty much kind of downtown Columbus. I went to the Columbus Public School from farm school,
Right.
And so it was a predominantly black neighborhood. And I went into school, and it was within a couple of days or whatever, was going up to go into school. One of the kids bumped me in the arm, and I turned to face him because I didn't know what was going on, right? I didn't know if it was my fault, his fault, or whatever. And we stared at each other because I didn't know what was going on. And he just kind of slowly backed away. And from then on, all the black kids would literally walk away from me, like whatever. And I went to somebody because I was like, is this what racism is? Like, the black kids won't talk to me or play with me, like, whatever. And come to find out, they've never had a farm bred, corn eaten, and I mean, I was a big kid. I was always broad shouldered. I was always tall. I always had some weight with me.
You didn't back down.
They were
Matter of fact, you stood your ground. Like what?
so
I
wasn't
was
trying
respecting.
to. That was the thing.
Right.
I had no idea. I've never been in a fight at that age. And I was put in that situation. I kind of looked up and down, like, what are we doing? Was this me? Was this you? What do we, whatever? And he just slowly backed away. And I just, okay, whatever. If he would have come up to me the next day and been like, can I borrow a pencil? Been like, sure, buddy. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
Right. Yeah. See, I'm on the other end. Like, I'm opposite of you. I grew up in the hood and then went to a farm town school. They did not know how to deal with me. Well, later on, after all that shenanigans, I went to a reform school. Well, go figure.
Nice.
Growing up, learning that conflict resolution is very, very important. And it's kids. I mean, high school is that's your proving grounds,
I think
and that's
elementary for me.
really elementary. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like
I got
fourth
punched
grade or
in the
something.
nose so many times. Oh my God. It was like the first thing. Look at this. Look, I got a nose. I can breathe. I can walk in a room and breathe all the air. Okay. I can smell everything, and it's like one of the most prominent features. So the first time I get in a fight in school, that's the first thing they do is punch me in the nose.
Mhm.
Like, man, I've had my nose broken so many times. The shock, your eyes shut down, you're closed, and blood's splurting out everywhere, and they're still trying to pummel you. It's just that first initial shock of the punch in the nose. You're like, oh God, now I'm blind.
Sometimes, though, we get in that soft time and we need a humbling, pop to the jaw, and you're like, okay, that hurt. And yeah, I was running my mouth. Like, okay, we're good. You got your shot in. I was being a retard. Okay, we're all good, right? Like,
Mhm.
sorry, let's get past this. And sometimes we need that. We need that shot to the chest or to the stomach and go, somebody was telling you to knock it off and you weren't paying attention and you were in the wrong, because I've had that happen quite a few times to me.
Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. I've been in those situations,
Mhm.
yeah, sure. But usually it's just out of nowhere. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
like I said, it was the hood upbringing. It was just that was sneak attack, boom, punch in the nose. Oh shit, it's on. Like I said, it's on. I didn't even know it, right? Until I got punched in the nose.
I can't
Guess
think
what?
of it. Wasn't until adulthood that I got sucker punched.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
or somebody would go, hey, come here, let me whisper something in the ear. Wham, all the tricks. You get to learn all the tricks. I recall Sense from Arrow call it like
Well, and I guess for me, besides one kid, we settled it right then and there. If you were going to be scrappy, you did your scrap, and when it was over, it's over. That's it. There's not getting friends involved. It's not getting parents involved. It wasn't, I'm going to find you later or whatever.
Yeah.
It's done. It's settled right there. There's only one kid that he wasn't accepting his defeat, and he went way overboard. Yes.
Yeah. And that's what I encountered the other end of when I went to the country, that was the thing is, oh, you got a problem with this guy, this kid? All right. Both of y'all get in the truck. We're going to drive out to a gravel road and y'all just going to duke it out. And afterwards, we're going to share a beer together and you're going to be best friends.
Yep.
We don't want to hear anything else about this.
Yep.
And they would place your bets,
And that's the way it was. And even into my younger adulthood,
respect.
that's the way it was. It was that respect of, we had a disagreement, we fought it out, we're done. And I'm glad that I didn't be born later to where it's, well, I'm going to go get my cousin and my 3 friends and my neighbor and their thing. And now it's a 20-on-1 and all this other thing. I can't handle that. It's not between me and 20 people. It's between me and one guy. But the one, we were in middle school, we had our disagreement, and I'm not one to push it. Once I've won, I've won. I'm not going to get down and do the ground and pound. That's just not who I was. I was just going to make my statement, and I got lucky and caught him one, and boy, he went down. Well, he didn't like that. He got, I'm in the principal's office. They're in the principal's office. He decided, because he knew he was going to be in trouble because he fought like every day, he went outside. And I don't know how they missed this. There's a bleeding kid leaving the school with no one, right? He went home, got a 2x4 and a metal chain, and was standing in the middle of the road in front of the school waiting for me to come out. And I'm like, it's like noon, man. School don't get out for 3 hours. What are you going to do out there? Within 10 minutes, the police came and,
call you out, like high noon kind of shit, right?
It's like,
I'm calling you out.
Yeah. And I mean, what are you in middle school? You're what, 12?
Right. Yeah. Oh my God. It's not Roman. It's this fucking thing. Nice Roman nose. At least a Roman nose would look good on his face. Yeah, at least. But
yeah. Well, I don't know about you, because I'm maybe 1 or 2 years younger than you. I am definitely not looking to get into scraps anymore. Like, you don't bounce back the way you used to.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
like I will still stand my ground. If my family's in trouble,
still kind of like it.
I'm going to be right here.
Right.
But if some muscly jock 20-year-old comes up to me, I'm going to be like, oh man, this is going to hurt. Do I really want to do this?
Yeah. There's that. I've always loved to fight. I really have. Now I have to say that like Shaolin Kung Fu, that's my teacher. He was in his 70s when he was a Sifu. And so that was what he explained is like, yeah, leave all that rolling around on the ground to the young people. You know, when you're young, you're going to roll around on the ground and duke it out and, you know, whatever, do the high kicks. Later on in life, you're going to be a little smarter. And then when you get old, you want to hit them, they hit the ground, you walk away. That's how you want it to work. You don't want to mess around. And that's how he would, every now and then I'd shock him or something. He'd grab me by my neck. I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to die. You know, he was serious. He's like, oh, you know, oh, sorry. You know, that's the whole idea too. Is old men are dangerous,
But
because they have to be.
and my thing, like if you look at sports, and this is not based in like a sexism thing, I watch more women's sports because women are not showing off, right? Like it doesn't matter if it's basketball or MMA or whatever. Women are there for the win. Men got to get that like, okay, ready. I'm gonna
little showboating going on. Yeah.
Women are trying to end that thing in the first 30 seconds, and I'm just like, see that right there.
Yeah. I have to say, it's a different mindset. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I still like, and throughout my fighting years, I get a little mischievous in the fights, you know. And then, it just all depends on what kind of mood I'm in, really. You know, slap somebody. That's all I do is just slap them. You know, all over their body, just pow, 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 pow. You know,
and sometimes that's what it calls for. You know,
I mean, and they're punching whatever. I've done the whole fine. I'm just going to let you hit me. I'm going to be the rock you break yourself against and just hard block everything. You know, they go to hit me in the face, I duck and they hit my forehead and break their hand, or I punch their hands. Just little stupid shit, and just laugh and you know, have fun with it. You know.
Well, sometimes it's that unfair fight. You know, you got that 120-pound guy that's really never been in a fight, but he can run his mouth. And then you've got some guy that's, you know, 6'4", 300, that's, you know, a professional fighter. Yeah, sometimes it's knock it off. You know, that's what the situation calls for.
Yeah, I've been in so many stupid fights. You know, it's like, why are we fighting? Really? And it all gets heated. It all gets elevated. You know, when emotions fly, and it's I'm bigger than you. And like I said, you know, there's always that risk, that threat of violence when you men meet each other. It's more prevalent when you're younger.
Yep.
Because now you want to prove to that person, I'll show you, right? You know, or I'm going to show everybody. There's also that peer pressure. Like, you're going to let him talk to you like that? You're going to let him get away with that? You're a pussy, bro.
And then add to that, you know, pretty little Susie Q's over there watching.
Oh yes, I've been in some interesting fights, and most of 3 or 4 fights were about women, and I'm like, why? What are we doing? I remember some guy he tackled me, you know, and I quickly just got him in a guillotine. I was just sitting there choking him on the ground. And he's trying to hit me, but he's losing consciousness, and he's like a wet noodle. And I was like, "Can somebody get this guy off me, please?" And everybody's laughing. I'm like, "He's not doing anything. It's sad. Please help him." You know, women will get you into fights. You know, you gotta be careful of that.
Oh yeah.
The reason I went to reform school was over a girl. Yeah. We had broken up, and it was in high school. Broken up, and we were trying to. It was pretty interesting because she had an arbitrator.
Ooh.
And a arbitrator, and we were reconciling. It was like a formal thing, and we met in between classes. We went to the chow hall, the cafeteria, and it was empty, and we all placed ourselves. and we're in there discussing things, and the arbitrator is arbitrating. You know, how do you feel about this? What do you think about that? Da 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 da. Right? I'm like, wow, this is. And I walked out of there just totally like, hey, there's a chance that me and her might get back together, and you know, I'm like, wow. And then all of a sudden, bam, I get hit. I'm like, what the fuck? And there was this kid who was jealous of me and wanted to date her.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a, I mean, it might be, I don't, I'm just going to say, I say what I want on the show anyway. So what I'm a very quick person, very quick,
Yeah.
even quicker when I was a kid. And I quickly turned and faced him, and he's yelling at me and trying to punch me in the face. And I quickly took his back and then literally bear hugged him from behind and banged his head into the brick wall, just like 3 times. Just grabbed him and just started slinging him into the wall, and his head was hitting the brick wall. And then I let him go. And he literally curled up into a fetal position, blood rolling out of his ears, eyes rolling back of his head. I gave him brain damage right there, just boom, like that. It freaked me out because I had never seen anybody do that, and I'm up against the wall like, holy shit, I just killed this kid, you know. And yeah, that's why I went to reform school for attempted manslaughter. That kid will never be the same, ever be the same. He's forever changed, you know. But you know, I was like, hey, it's self-defense. He hit me out of nowhere, and it was out of jealousy for my ex-girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to date her, and he thought I was done with her. But the jealousy and the emotion took over, and he jumped me. You know, I was that hood kid, you know, and he was that you know, the country kid.
Yep.
And so it's sad. I feel bad about it, you know, and I still look for him to this day, you know. He's gonna, like, you know, come up behind me or something like, my turn, motherfucker.
Right.
Remember me? Right. Always, you know, worried about that young buck that we roughed up way back, you know, to quote Tupac. All right, take care of yourself, Lawfully Armed. Have a good night.
And see, the one thing that changed my, I guess, fighting and scrappy mentality is we had a buddy that we graduated high school from, went straight into the military. Dude was a rock star when it came to like lifting weights and be athletic and all that other stuff. And all he wanted to do was join the military. And he joined the military, and he rose real quick, and he ended up going off into special forces. And whenever he would come back, because all he had, I think, was his mom. He's a single kid, you know, something happened to dad or whatever. The only family he had was mom. And so whenever he'd come back, he'd visit mom, and he would call us, and all he wanted to do is go to the bar and just relax. And then he would ship back and do whatever. And he called us one time, and we all met at the bar, and we were actually sitting at the bar. There was only like 4 of us there, and he sat down, I sat down, you know, everybody sat down, and this girl come up and sat down next to him, and they were talking just fine. Wasn't flirting or anything, just talking. And he gets up to go relieve himself, and this guy comes up completely plastered drunk. And I look at him and I go, hey man, that seat's taken. And he goes, it's fine. I'm like, no, it's not. You should go away. And he sits down, orders a drink, and is like proceeds to hang on this girl and all that. And she's trying to like push him off. But he comes back and he goes, leave her alone. You're in my seat. And this guy tries to run his mouth, and he goes, I'm telling you one last time. And he gets up and he swings. And as soon as I see like this drunken whatever, and I'm like, oh no. Yeah, well, he ducks and he does one punch, hits him in the temple, and kills him.
Damn.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, he's still in prison right now.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Yeah, and that's sad. That's sad.
Yep.
Skull,
And he
skull,
did nothing wrong. You know, in my thing, he did absolutely nothing wrong. It was just the placement. If he would have hit him Anywhere else, the guy would have had a bruise. He would have took a nap. He would have probably got, what, a slap on the wrist, paid a fine, whatever. His life would have been completely different. But because of one area.
Wow, that's a horrible story. That really is. Yeah, people get hurt, and I guess that kind of changed my thinking too. You know, even when I was in reform school, you know, of course I got in fights there, but getting out, it kind of happened in the Marine Corps. I took on this kind of Bruce Lee mentality, I call it. And it was I was reading a lot of like Art of War and Miyamoto Musashi, and I was getting the philosophical side of martial arts, and I loved it. And you know that win without fighting is best. I remember, here's a story of a bar, right? And I come back home on leave, and there's this girl I really liked, and we really liked each other in high school. And she was now free. She was without boyfriend, and she really wanted to have a chance, you know, with me. And so we met at the local pool hall, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee, whatever. And I got on a nice shirt, and whatever. And we're having like this little date. And there's this other kid, this other guy that we all knew from school. Just some kid, but he was drunk as hell, and he had already had his jaw broke and was wired. His jaw was actually wired shut, and he's at the bar drinking. And he's hanging out with us. And he was a cool kid in school, and I'm like, he's kind of cool now, a little drunk, a little stupid, right? It's still the same kind of just goofy kid we knew in school. I'm like, all right, whatever, man. And but at one point in the night, he just would not go away, and he started talking shit to me. And he's like, I want her. I've always wanted her. I've always wanted to date her. You need to leave her alone. Let me give me a chance. It's like, I know you're a big badass Marine and all that, but I can take you on, motherfucker. I can kick your ass, by God. I'll show you. Yeah, fuck you. And I just literally just took my finger and poked him in the jaw, and he dropped screaming in bloody murder. Just intense pain. I was like, I told him, I said, you cannot fight me, bro. You cannot fight me. I'm gonna fight you. I don't care if you're a Marine. I said, no, you don't understand. You can't fight me. And I poked him, and he fell down, right? And the whole bar is like, oh my God, you just dropped him, right? Just with a finger, And he had a broken fucking jaw, wired shut. And so, of course, after he came up from his, intense pain, I fed him more beers, and he's crying and he's saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have did that. I'm stupid. I'm drunk. It's like, it's all cool, man. And this is what really got me the girl. Okay. So I'm just like, hey, whatever, man. It's all good. Don't worry about it. We're still friends. Matter of fact, here, I'm gonna get you a cab, take you home. It's all good. Don't worry about anything. Just go home, take some pain pills, sober up. And she, of course, the girl is like, oh, he's so sweet. Oh, yeah, I got that. I mean, it changed. You change, right? Another instance which I'm proud of is that there's instances where you meet people that you really don't like. Just something about them, and it's also reciprocal, right? And there's people that you meet that really don't like you for whatever reason, right? And I remember it was on in Columbia, South Carolina. I was working in pest control. It was years after I got out of the Marine Corps. And I'm just enjoying a time off watching a movie in a theater. And this bunch of guys come walking in, and there's this one guy, freaking bald-headed, built like a brick shit house. He's got his shirt off, showing off his muscles, And yeah, what the fuck you looking at? And he's and I'm like 3 rows back. They go to the front, and he just turns around and just boom, singles me out. Goes, I don't fucking like you. I'm gonna kick your ass right now. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And I'm like, yo, bro, I'm just trying to watch a movie. I don't know who you are, what's going on. And all his friends are laughing. They're just laughing their ass off at their stupid friend. stupid drunk friend, you know? And I'm just like, man, there's a whole bunch of guys and y'all just trying to start shit. Okay. So I was like, dude, I tell you what, let's wait to the end of the movie. You see that door right there next to the theater, right next to the screen? That opens up into the back of the theater. Okay. It's a wide open field. We can go toe to toe and fight it out like men. Would you like that? Yeah, motherfucker, I'm gonna kick your ass. I was like, at the end of the movie. Do we agree? At the end of the movie, as soon as that movie's over, I'm gonna walk out. We're gonna walk out that door and we're gonna settle this like men. All right, yeah. And so, it was cool. I got to watch the movie. Every now and then he'd jump up, it's some kind of action flick, of course. And he's like, that's what I'm gonna do to you, motherfucker. Yeah. All right, cool, bro. All right. So end of the movie happens. Boom. He jumps up. It's time. He's ready. All his friends are just like, oh shit, this is gonna be fun, y'all. It's obvious they're just watching, right? And so he's back. He's talking shit, backing up, and he kicks the door, really, really hard. And I'm walking in front of him, like following him, like, yeah, all right, bro, we're gonna do this. He kicks the door really, really hard. Boom, doors fly open. He steps outside. Says, yeah, motherfucker, yeah. Boom, the doors close. I turn around and walk away. And all his friends start fucking laughing their ass off. Their friend is outside in the back of the fucking theater, which is a big ass theater, in the dark, pitch black dark.
Nice.
And all his friends, I turned around and faced them. Like, what's up? And they just laughing their ass off. And I started walking out. They walked out behind me too. They left his ass. I got in my car and left. They're just laughing like, holy shit. And that was that whole Bruce Lee Enter the Dragon thing where, they're on the boat together. And this guy's like, hey, let's fight on the boat. He's like, no, let's fight on that island over there. Go ahead. We'll get in this little boat and float over there. And he kicks the boat off and lets the dude float away. And that was what got me. I was like, yeah, that's how I'm going to deal with this guy.
I mean, and there's all sorts of. I remember being a bouncer, and I got trained, and the situation calls for what it is. And I remember this one. He's a big dude. He was bigger than I was, and he kept causing problems, and I kept giving him warning. And finally, I was like, "Listen, man, this is it, or you're done." And he tried to do this whole big macho thing. I'm going to beat you up, blah blah blah. I'm like, that's a big mistake, right? You can just walk out here and enjoy your night, or I'm going to take you out. And he does one of these things where he's going to shove me, and because he's drunk, he's slow and all that. And as soon as he does this, and listen up, ladies and everybody, as soon as he does this, I grab the pinky and shove it up like that.
Oh, you milked the pinky. You did the milk. Yeah.
I flipped his wrist, and he was like that, screaming all the way out, and I'm just walking him out like, okay, have fun, buddy.
Nice. Yeah, that sucks. Milking the pinky.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we call it.
Yes.
My favorite was the chicken wing. The chicken wing come along, or the rack. I was a bouncer too. The chicken wing, you get them like this and walk them on their tiptoes. You got both hands on it. The other one was a rack, which I learned from Tai Chi, of all places. And it's a simple move, really. It's called single whip, right? That's the movement. But what you do is you literally put your hand here, push their head that way, and you take their arm, the other opposing arm, and hit it straight against your chest while you're doing this. And they're literally like in a rack of pain. And you just walk them out. Here you go. See you later.
Pressure points are a friend.
Sometimes. There is something called the adrenal dump. Where the pressure points don't work anymore.
No.
Being a CEO, that's what we learned as well, is that they can get in such a fit of a rage that now the person is 10 times stronger and they're impervious to pain, and that's when you got to get structural on them, start kind of breaking things, making sure things don't work.
Yep. Been there, done all that.
But one of my favorite tactics to use as a bouncer is if somebody was acting a fool, and whatever, I would hug them.
Oh yeah.
I would straight up get in their face and hug them and literally start walking them out, going, "Hey, it's cool, man. Don't worry about it. It's all right." And I'm walking them out the door, and reasoning with them, and I've already got them right there. I've got my hands on them. Whatever they do, I can just dump them or whatever, or I put my hand on the back of their neck, because one of my favorite moves was the arm bar, boom, break them down shotgun style, arm up in the air, head down towards the ground. I could just dump them on the ground if I wanted to. But it was that hug. Or I found this out as well. If they're with a bunch of other people, I just tell their boys, "Get him out of here now, or I'm kicking everybody out of here, or you're going to jail." Man, fuck, man. Yeah, your friend is acting a fool. Get him. Fix that. And they would. They would fix that shit. You're like, "Yo, we chill the fuck out, man. We here to have a good time. I'm trying to get laid. You're acting a fool on the dance floor, grabbing chicks' ass. No, drinking people's drinks. Getting in fights. No. We're here to have fun."
Yeah, they'll take care of the problem for you. Yeah.
Yep. And in the Marine Corps, that was the thing too. When we go out, it was a standing rule that if you were acting a fool and got too drunk and acting, you're gonna get choked out. That was just the standing order. Somebody's going to choke you out and carry you out, and your boys are going to be like, "You suck."
Yep, I can see that. Oh, it is past my bedtime. I'm out of water.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. And my tiny little alarm clock is going to wake up probably in about 4 hours jumping on the bed. So.
Well, brother, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Deploy Knife Hands in honor. Man, it's just a great pleasure, man. Skull to you. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good night, Roll. And yes, tell little man I said yes. Here you go. Here's your Knife Hands.
Will do.
Yes, Deploy Knife Hands in his honor. The whole live stream was inspired by him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Taking my ball and I'm going home.
That's right. And I'm going to do the same. I'm going to end the live stream now and chill. So thank you all very, very much. Have a great night. Have a great Sunday. I'm gonna try to take that hill tomorrow. I am. I'm going to take that hill. I have to because I didn't do it today.
Good deal.
So yes. Good night, everyone. Have a good night.